The Philosopher's Stone by Colin Wilson. Originally published 1969 by Crown Publishers, Inc., republished by Warner Brothers 1981. Introduction by Joyce Carol Oates, written in 1973. Read by Daryl T. Smith II from my channel, Quasar Spectra. Quote, "The unconscious mind may include all man's past, but it also includes all his future." End quote. Colin Wilson. Introduction to The Philosopher's Stone. Of the many excellent writers in England today, 4 strike me as especially exciting because they are struggling to express, in widely differing bodies of work, our crucial contemporary problem: how to get into the future, how to emerge from a condition of confusion, despair, nihilism, how to create values that will allow man to evolve into a higher form of man. While their contemporaries in England, and sadly all too frequently in America, are content to joke about the past or the future in works of art that are often technically brilliant but morally quite played out, John Fowles, Doris Lessing, Margaret Drabble, and Colin Wilson are consciously attempting to imagine a new image for man, a new self-image freed of ambiguity, irony, and the self-conscious narrowness of the imagination we have inherited from 19th century Romanticism. Colin Wilson has given a name to this strange, tantalizing, deathly inheritance of ours, which, like all neuroses, we half love and will defend. He calls it original sin, the capacity for man's self-destruction, which grows out of his self-loathing, which grows inevitably out of the very psychological and philosophical revolutions that once freed him from even more stifling bonds. The Darwinian, Freudian, and behaviorist assumptions about man's slavery to his lower nature, his helplessness in the hands of natural forces, merge, tragically enough, with the science of economics developed by Adam Smith, Ricardo, and Malthus. And against this sense of oppression, of a total denial of freedom, the poet must rebel. He must rebel if he is to live, and rebelling he must hate. He finds himself hating, and in the words of that arch-ironist and hater, Robert Musil, one can't be angry with one's own time without damage to oneself. Colin Wilson's imagination is essentially one which draws together, unifies, makes brilliantly clear what might remain obscure or fragmented. In a sense, there are no new ideas, but only new relationships, new emphases, surprising new combinations of what was already known or half known. He is a teacher, fundamentally, yet he recognizes the limitations of the form of direct statement or argument, the need for us to reimagine even our ideas in terms of fiction. He has written a number of works of fiction, some of which are novels, and some of which are, in my opinion, parables, most of them dramatic reconstructions of his central dilemma: how to bring the outsider into civilization, how to overcome the original sin that is our wound, or perhaps, in a perverse way, our gift. Like Nietzsche, Wilson believes that if man were only capable of realizing his own potential, the full use of his brain, there would be no need for gods, no need to transcend the human level at all. As the young protagonist of The Philosopher's Stone says, after having submitted to a brain operation which allows him extraordinary powers of concentration, he is really freed now to experience ordinary consciousness. If we could be ordinary, normal, this, to us, would be godliness. It's everyday consciousness that's subnormal, the hero says. Since the first publication of The Philosopher's Stone, a number of works have appeared in America that deal with this very theme, and quite exciting, revolutionary works they are. Indeed, Rosak's The Making of a Counterculture, Leonard's The Transformation, and Castaneda's several books about the Yaqui sorcerer Don Juan. The Philosopher's Stone is a peculiar, quirky, exasperating, and ingenious variation on a theme by Lovecraft, one of the rare works of science fiction that uses horror not as an emotion so much as an idea, the stimulus for forcing the reader to think. Wilson has said that he will leave to other writers the challenge to make people feel emotions. He believes they feel too often and think too little. It is the intention of the Philosopher's Stone to make us think. Yet there is always something mysterious about a parable, for it is an art form that is not simply allegorical in the sense that it can be figured out, added up like a column of numbers, its separate parts constituting a rigid and highly explicable system. The best parables resist any ultimate interpretation. The unresolved conclusion of the Philosopher's Stone invites speculation, absorbing, as it seems to, the reader's personality into the protagonists. Another science fiction novel of Wilson's, The Mind Parasites, explains the Philosopher's Stone, but each novel stands alone. It is a personality that may have begun with an aggressive faith in existential subjectivity, but which ends with the vigorous synthesis of the scientific and the artistic visions. Quote, "Man is a creature of life and the daylight. His destiny lies in total objectivity." End quote. If the evolutionary development of man is about to become conscious, in fact, if it is a part of man's process of becoming human, then the life force must be acknowledged as something quite separate from, or at least quantitatively superior to, any emotional or fragmented vision of it. We seem to be moving toward a rejection of the traditional Western philosophical inquiry, "Who am I?" to the traditional Eastern inquiry, "What am I?" Such a movement is, of course, a tremendous leap. The substitution of the word "what" for the ego-centered word "who" really constitutes a near miraculous transformation. Though he uses the arguments and many other rhetorical devices of rationalism, Wilson is really a man of faith. That is, a man of faith who believes in the meaningfulness of the universe, though he cannot quite yet decipher these meanings. In his excellent introduction to the encyclopedic The Occult, surely one of the finest books on that subject, Williams states that, quote, "There are meanings floating around us from which we are normally cut off by habit, ignorance, and the dullness of the senses. The higher the form of life, the deeper its capacity for registering meaning, and the more powerful its hold on life." End quote. Liberation consists in our being able to accept the otherness of the universe and, having faith in its order, our assuming the responsibility for developing our species in the direction of comprehending this order, the realizing of dormant, long-neglected powers of reason and intuition. Wilson has been greatly influenced by Nietzsche and Shaw, and like them, he is rigorously individualistic, set in opposition to easy, familiar, conventional modes of thought. He is often too blunt and too outrageous for his own good, preferring at times to simply state his prejudices rather than explain them, or to put forth startling conclusions without the gentle, step-by-step development we are accustomed to in literary criticism. His belief that H.G. Wells may be the greatest of 20th century novelists may or may not be entirely serious, but it provokes passionate opposition. It does at least cause us to think. And is Shakespeare a second-rate mind? Lawrence thought so also, as did Tolstoy. And Wilson does cause us to rethink the prejudices that automatically assign to any Shakespearean work an aura of the near divine. Without exactly agreeing with Wilson that Shakespeare, like Bacon, is second-rate, I suspect that the personalities Shakespeare considered worth the scrutiny of his poetic imagination are no longer representative of typical or probable or even possible modes of behavior for his audiences. In short, that his tragic heroes are to some extent victims of the passage of time, products of a consciousness that took much more seriously than we the danger of emotional turmoil in ostensibly superior human beings. Wilson's sweeping rejection of Shakespeare, however, is part of his recognition that a belief in evolutionary humanism as a progressive phenomenon in history necessitates a systematic, remorseless examination and rejection of much of the past, not because it is the past, but because its models of human behavior are not really models any longer. There is a pragmatic, rather harsh, and perhaps dramatically political side to Wilson's imagination, which he has not yet developed. Similarly, one of the concepts of Wilson's own form of existential psychology is that of the self-image in opposition to the fixed and deterministic id psychology of Freud. The self-image is primarily an image, a fantasizing of the ego in the service of the transcendental ego, and cannot be traced back to the simple desire for the cessation of hunger or relief that Freud generally believed must characterize fantasies. Wilson would agree with the humanist psychologists that it is necessary to acknowledge all of man's physical limitations, but once the subnormal is transformed into the normal, once man is healthy, his life will be a process of a continual revitalization of the will. It is a climbing, quote, towards high states of self-awareness by means of a series of self-images, end quote, as he says in his book on the American psychologist Abraham Maslow, New Pathways in Psychology, Maslow and the Post-Freudian Revolution. Man cannot drift upward. He must will himself upward through the transformation of personality into ever new and ever more complex states of consciousness. Maslow acknowledged that in The Philosopher's Stone, Wilson had explored areas of intentionality that humanist or third force psychology had yet to investigate, though since Maslow's death in 1970, much has been done along these lines, notably through biofeedback experiments. Wilson's prophetic qualities, which at times make him seem like a historian writing from some future time, may be best illustrated by The Philosopher's Stone and its companion parable, The Mind Parasites. In any case, one accepts his basic premise that man must come into active, conscious control of his own brain, or the species will become extinct. It is an either-or proposition that lends itself to dramatic treatment indeed. Colin Wilson became famous, as American readers know, with the publication of The Outsider. This was in 1956. He was 25 years old. He had left school at the age of 16, was almost entirely self-taught, and had, from the age of 12, quote, been preoccupied with the question of the meaning of human existence and whether all human values are not pure self-delusion, end quote, afterward to the 1963 edition of The Outsider. He became obsessed with the idea that there must be a scientific method for investigating the question of human existence, and while in his early teens he read Shaw, Eliot, Goethe, and Dostoevsky, at the same time pursuing scientific studies. Like the hero of The Philosopher's Stone, he sensed himself divided between the poetic and the objective, but unlike his fortunate hero, he had not a magical godfather like Sir Lyell to give him direction. For many years, he worked mainly as an unskilled laborer, enduring frustrations and hardships that would have driven most people to despair. Wilson's sense of being alienated from society is then no literary affectation, hardly the romantic or existential disenchantment with life that characterizes most of the literature of alienation of our time. It is difficult for Americans to realize the class distinctions that still exist in England and the, quote, curious state of apathy, end quote, in which young working-class people grow up. To read Wilson's rather precocious autobiography, Voyage to a Beginning, is an instructive experience. Wilson's habitual energy, his habitual optimism, are all the more extraordinary in the light of his social background. In many ways, he seems more American than English, and he acknowledges in an essay on culture in the Soviet Union, included in Beyond the Outsider, that Americans possess a tremendous intellectual vitality he finds admirable, and if they could conquer their strange sense of insignificance, their uniting with the Soviet Union could produce, quote, the greatest civilization ever known to man, end quote. As an Englishman, however, he is an outsider. He understands deeply and intuitively the tragedy of isolation, the fallacy of insignificance that can come to deaden not only a class of society, but an entire society. Yet his ability to designate this impotence of the soul as a fallacy, and to somehow set himself apart from it, is an unfashionable act. It goes against the dominating Western belief in the necessary tragedy of human existence, the belief in an essential absurdity at the heart of man's relationship with the universe. It is not at all a popular stand, though The Outsider became both a critical and popular success. Misunderstood by many readers, The Outsider was neither a glorification of despair nor a rejection of it, but an attempt to formulate what Wilson saw as the crucial problem for civilization, quote, the adoption of a religious attitude that can be assimilated as objectively as the headlines of last Sunday's newspapers, end quote. The individual begins this effort as an outsider. He may finish it as a saint. Not since Lord Byron's overnight fame had any English writer found himself so praised, unfortunately for Wilson. We know from Byron's letters how he came to loathe his early exaggerated nonsense and to feel guilt, even, for having contributed to the corruption of public taste. Byron became a true outsider, and the kind of disgust with life as lived he tried to express is one of the challenges that Colin Wilson has had to face, both as a philosophical principle and as an experience. Raised to premature heights of fame, Wilson was of course denounced almost at once by many of the critics who had initially praised him. It is amazing the hysterical venom that has been directed against Colin Wilson, especially by reviewers for the prestigious English journals. His remark in the introduction to Beyond the Outsider that criticism of his works contained a, quote, note of violence, as if my publishing a book were somehow a calculated affront, end quote, is no exaggeration. It is unimaginable that any American writer, producing book after book dedicated to exploring the neurosis of modern civilization, and informed above all by an optimistic and prophetic vision, would be subjected to such gratuitous violence. Part of the difficulty lies in the reluctance of many educated Englishmen to take seriously, even to accept as intelligent, anyone who has not attended a university. Again, the differences between America and England are enormous. With very little critical encouragement and nearly as little financial security, Wilson has continued his investigation of modern civilization steadily since 1956, and has at this time published 30 books on a great variety of subjects. Though the books are dissimilar in content, ranging from the pornography of violence of Lingard to speculative historical analysis in Rasputin and the Fall of the Romanovs, to Wilson's own theory of the sexual impulse in Origins of the Sexual Impulse, they overlap in theme. As Wilson states in the preface to The Occult, quote, a single obsessional idea runs through all my work, the paradoxical nature of freedom, end quote. The Philosopher's Stone is a succinct statement of that theme, shaped into a teasing parable that is, among other things, a parody of science fiction and a masterful interweaving of fact and outlandish fiction in the manner of Borges, to whom the novel is dedicated. Like Borges, Wilson believes that the mind of man must confront labyrinths, but unlike Borges, Wilson is willing to take on the challenge of the labyrinth, confident that the mind of man can illuminate, or has the capacity to illuminate, this riddle that the ancient old ones have presented us. The problem is not really freedom, but man's narrow, self-absorbed relationship to original sin, his acting as a willing host for the mind parasites of chronic drowsiness. How to wake from our sleep, how to achieve a pure, perfect, uncorrupted mind. The Philosopher's Stone analyzes and rejects, through the case of the brain-injured mystic Dick, the romantic assumption of an essential passivity in the experience of ecstasy. Dick is subject to flashes of beauty that all but annihilate him, but he does not control them and cannot even understand them. He is passive, and passivity is only half the process of being human. Therefore, he must die. His existence is not truly human, and the life force cannot grow through him. Yet it will have to be through an evocation of the underground, the suppressed occult, that the higher consciousness is ultimately attained. Powers long phased out of civilization by the conscious mind must be realized once more in the form of a recognizable young hero who emerges, as Wilson himself did, from an all but undifferentiated mass ego of dirt and boredom in a working-class village in England. In spite of his emphasis upon the individual, Wilson ultimately believes that man must act by cooperating with others. So there's not a single hero in the novel, but a dual hero, Lester Littleway. In both men there is, quote, some obscure force struggling, end quote, to emerge, and the temptations to withdraw from the cerebral battle are made attractive. Why continue, quote, living in our absurd, dehydrated, sterilized world of ideas and aesthetic emotions, end quote. Yet to fall back into simplicity, into passivity, is not possible. This would be suicide. In The Mind Parasites, many of the hero's colleagues do commit suicide. One cannot turn off his energies, as Blake knew well. The frustration of the creative urge always results in destruction, either the death of others or of the self. There is no choice but to go forward. Aaron Marx of this novel is, of course, Abraham Maslow. Marx's value experiences are Maslow's peak experiences, the instances of epiphany or ecstasy Maslow studied. See Maslow's Toward a Psychology of Being and the Farther Reaches of Human Nature. Since I am no admirer of Lovecraft, I cannot trace the maniacal ways by which Lovecraft's obsessions are utilized for Wilson's own ends, though there is, near the end of The Philosopher's Stone, a plethora of fanciful detail that would do justice to a genuine madman's vision. Perhaps there is something of David Lindsay here, too, though Wilson is quite contrary to both Lindsay and Lovecraft in his essential affirmation of our civilization. Though he may believe, seriously or not, that 999,999 out of 1,000,000 people are all but hopeless, he also believes that mankind as a whole is destined to realize immortality. As Wilson states in his book on Maslow, quote, the age of ambiguity is over. It may not be obvious yet, but it is. End quote. 1973, Joyce Carol Oates. Prefatory note. Bernard Shaw concluded his preface to Back to Methuselah with the hope that 100 apter and more elegant parables by younger hands will soon leave mine far behind. Perhaps the thought of trying to leave Shaw far behind has scared off would-be competitors. Or perhaps, what is altogether more probable, the younger hands are simply not interested in writing parables of longevity or any other kind of parable. Most of my contemporaries seem to feel pretty strongly that the activities of thinking and novel writing are incompatible, and that to be interested in ideas reveals a deficiency in the creative faculties. And since the critics also like to foster this idea, perhaps out of a kind of defensive trade unionism, it seems to have achieved the status of a law of contemporary literature. Now, no one has a profounder respect for the critics than I, or strives more constantly to sound like a paid-up member of the literary establishment. But I enjoy ideas, and this seems to give me a rather odd perspective on modern literature. I suspect that H.G. Wells is probably the greatest novelist of the 20th century, and that his most interesting novels, if not necessarily the best, are the later ones. I'm completely unable to be objective about Shaw. He seems to me simply to be the greatest European writer since Dante. And I completely lack sympathy for the emotional and personal problems that seem to be the necessary subject of a contemporary play or novel. Mr. Osborne once said his aim was to make people feel. I think they feel too much. I'd like to make them stop feeling and start thinking. Fortunately for me, I am neither original nor creative, so I can afford to ignore the contemporary rules. And there is another factor in my favor. Since Shaw wrote Back to Methuselah, science fiction has become an established genre, and it has even become quite respectable. And in recent years, I have stumbled accidentally into the writing of a few modest works of science fiction. I must explain how this came about. In 1961, I wrote a book called The Strength to Dream, a study of the creative imagination, particularly in writers of fantasy and horror stories. A large part of the book was inevitably devoted to the work of H.P. Lovecraft, the recluse of Providence, Rhode Island, who died of malnutrition and a cancer of the intestine in 1937. I pointed out that although Lovecraft possesses a gloomy, imaginative power that compares with Poe, he is basically an atrocious writer. Most of his work was written for Weird Tales, a pulp magazine, and his work is finely interesting as case history rather than literature. In due course, a copy of my book fell into the hands of Lovecraft's old friend and publisher, August Derleth, and Derleth wrote to me, protesting that my judgment on Lovecraft was too harsh, and asking me why, if I was all that good, I didn't try writing a Lovecraft novel myself. And the answer to this question is that I never write purely for the fun of it. I write as a mathematician uses a sheet of paper for doing calculations, because I think better that way. And Lovecraft's novels are not about ideas, but about an emotion of violent and total rejection of our civilization, which I, being rather cheerful by temperament, do not happen to share. But a couple of years later, an analogy thrown out in my Introduction to the New Existentialism became the seed of a science fiction parable about original sin, man's strange inability to get the best out of his consciousness. I cast it in the Lovecraft tradition, and it became The Mind Parasites, which was published in due course by August Derleth. Its reception by English critics was unexpectedly good. I suspect this is because I didn't sound as if I was serious. And so when, 2 years ago, I became interested in questions of brain physiology as a byproduct of a novel about sensory deprivation, it seemed natural to develop some of these ideas in another, quote, Lovecraft novel. Besides, ever since reading Wells's Time Machine at the age of 11, it has always been a daydream of mine to write the definitive novel about time travel. Time travel is a perpetually alluring idea, but it always sounds so preposterous. Even when my friend Van Vogt, the contemporary science fiction writer I enjoy most, uses it, he makes it sound a joke. The question of how to make it sound plausible is quite a challenge. It sounds a vertiginous mixture, Shaw, Lovecraft, and Wells, but it's the kind of thing I enjoy doing. In fact, I got quite carried away until this novel became twice as long as originally intended. Even so, I had to write part of it as a separate short novel, which August Derleth has published. A final word. It is part of the game in a Lovecraft novel to stick as far as possible to actual sources and never to invent a fact when you can dig one out of some obscure work of scholarship. I would modestly claim to have surpassed Lovecraft in this particular department. Nearly all the sources quoted are genuine, the major exception being the Vatican Codex. Even so, there is a fair amount of archaeological authority for the hypothetical contents of this codex. The Voynich manuscript does, of course, exist and is still untranslated. Seattle, Cornwall, November 1967 through July 1968. Part 1. The Quest of the Absolute. I was reading a book on music by Ralph Vaughan Williams the other day while listening to a gramophone record of his remarkable Fifth Symphony when I came across the following remark. I have struggled all my life to conquer amateurish technique, and now that perhaps I have mastered it, it seems too late to make any use of it. I found myself moved almost to tears by the poignancy of those words of a great musician. Admittedly, he was 86 when he died, but for practical purposes, the value of the music he wrote in his last years, it might well have been 20 years earlier. And I found myself thinking, supposing by some fluke Vaughan Williams had lived another 25 years, or supposing he had been born a quarter of a century later, could I have passed on to him what I now know so that he might still be alive and writing great music? The case of Shaw is even more to the point, for he came close to the great discovery in Back to Methuselah, and in his early 90s he remarked jokingly that he was a proof of his own theory that men could live to be 300. Yet this is the man who said 2 years later, as he lay in a hospital bed with a broken leg, I want to die, and I can't. I can't. He came so close, but he was alone, and a man standing alone lacks that final ounce of conviction. Would Columbus have had the courage to reach San Salvador Island if he had been alone on the Santa Maria? It was this train of thought that decided me to tell the story of my discovery exactly as it happened. In doing so, I break my own vow of secrecy, but I shall see that the account is withheld from those whom it might harm, that is to say, from most of the human race. It should exist, even if it never leaves a bank vault. The carbon copy of memory grows thinner year by year. I was born in the Nottinghamshire village of Hucknall Torkard in 1942. My father was a maintenance engineer in the colliery of Birkin Brothers. Those who have read D.H. Lawrence will recognize the name. In fact, Lawrence was born fairly close by at Eastwood. Byron is buried in the family vault at Hucknall, and in my day, Newstead Abbey, his home, was still approached through a typical coal mining village of grimy cottages. The setting sounds romantic, but dirt and boredom are not romantic, and most of the memories of the first 10 years of my life are of dirt and boredom. I think of falling rain and the smell of fish and chips on autumn nights and queues outside the local cinema on Saturday evenings. I was back there a few weeks ago and found the place unrecognizable. It is now a suburb of Nottingham, with an airport, an underground railway for commuters, and helicopter stations on the top of most blocks of flats. Yet I cannot say I regret the change. I only have to read a few pages of The Rainbow to remember how much I hated the place. The great conflict of my childhood was between my love of science and my love of music. I was always a good mathematician. My father gave me my first slide rule for Christmas when I was 6. And like most mathematicians, I was almost dangerously susceptible to music. I can remember pausing outside the church one evening, clutching an armful of library books and listening to the sound of the choir. They were obviously rehearsing, probably some abomination by Wesley or Stainer, for they repeated the same passage of half a dozen notes over and over again. The effect was almost incantatory, and in the cold night air the voices sounded distant and mysterious, as if mourning for man's loneliness. Suddenly I found myself crying, and before I could stop it, the feeling rushed over me like a burst dam. I hurried into the churchyard and flung myself on the grass, where I could stifle my sobs, and allowed the feeling to convulse me until I felt as though I were being shaken by the shoulders. It was a disturbing experience. When I walked home, feeling relaxed and lightheaded, I found it impossible to understand what had happened to me. Because I loved mathematics and could do complicated sums in my head, my father decided that I should be an engineer. The idea struck me as reasonable enough, although I found something oddly boring about machinery. I felt the same when my father took me to visit the colliery and showed me the mechanisms that it was his duty to maintain. It struck me as futile to spend one's life keeping a mass of dead metal up to a certain level of efficiency. What did it matter? But I could think of no good reason to object to my father's plans. I spent most of my spare time playing the airs of Dowland and Campion on a recorder and learning to pick out tunes from the Messiah on the electric organ that belonged to a neighbor. Certainly there was nothing in music that seemed to offer a real alternative to engineering. I would never be more than a mediocre executant. I can remember clearly the time when the problem of death first struck me. I had borrowed a book on early music from the library. That cold, modal music of the Middle Ages continued to exert its strange attraction over me. In the chapter on ancient Greek music, I discovered the Scholion of Sekeilos, with its words, "May life's sun upon thee smile, far from pain and sorrow. Life is far too short, alas. Death the kraken waits to drown you in the sea of earth." I knew about the kraken, the legendary giant octopus, so apparently did Homer. I presume Scylla is supposed to be an octopus. The lines made me feel cold. All the same, I went up to our attic and tried out the Scholion on our old piano, picking out the Phrygian scale, then playing it through until I understood the shape of the melody. Again, the coldness settled on me, and I murmured the words aloud as I played, feeling the same immense sadness, the sensation of infinite distances that I had experienced in the churchyard. Suddenly, my mind said, "What are you doing, you fool? This is real, not a literary metaphor. There is not a person alive in the world today who will still be alive in 100 years from now." And I grasped the reality, the truth of my own death. The horror almost choked me. I felt too weak to keep my hands on the keyboard, too weak to sit on the piano stool without support. Then, for the first time, I understood why the idea of engineering struck me as pointless. It was wasting time. Time. I was disconnected from reality, like opening and closing your mouth without speaking. Irrelevant. The watch on my wrist ticked like a time bomb, presenting life's ultimatum. And what was I doing? I was learning to maintain the machinery at Birkin's colliery. I knew that I could never be an engineer, but what could I be instead? What would not be irrelevant? The strange thing is that the experience was not all horror. Somewhere deep inside me there was a spark of happiness. To see the emptiness of things brings its own exultancy. Perhaps because to grasp futility is to recognize that its opposite is implied. I had no idea of the meaning of this opposite. I only knew that the scullion of Sakillos was somehow preferable to mathematics because it recognized a problem that could not be formulated mathematically. The effect was to weaken my interest in science and to deepen my love of music and poetry. But the conflict remained hidden, and within a day or so, I had forgotten it. I owe the profoundest debt of my life to Sir Alistair Lyell, of whom I have written at length elsewhere. I met him in the December of 1955 when I was 13. From that time until his death 12 years later, he was closer to me than any other human being, including my father and mother. In the autumn of 1955, I became a temporary member of the St. Thomas's Church Choir. It was a Church of England choir, and my family, insofar as they possessed any religion at all, were Methodists, but I had been asked to sing by the choir master, McEwen Franklin, who was well known in Nottingham musical circles. At this time, I possessed a clear soprano voice that remained unbroken till I was 16, and I belonged to a group of half a dozen boys who often sang in the school chapel. Franklin heard us at an end-of-term concert in July of that year, and we were all asked whether we would be willing to join the St. Thomas's Choir for its winter concert season. Franklin had scheduled an ambitious season that included Judas Maccabeus, motets of Lassus, madrigals by Gesualdo, and some Britain pieces. The motets and madrigals were to be performed in a concert that would be broadcast by the BBC Third program. 4 of the boys were not interested, but 2 of us joined. I sang a leading part in Lassus's Missa Vinum Bonum, and in Britten's A Boy is Born. After the concert, in the changing room, I was introduced to a tall, clean-shaven man with a face that reminded me of a picture of Thomas Carlyle that hung in our school classroom. I was too excited to pay much attention to him or even to catch his name, but at Franklin's house afterwards, where we had coffee and cakes, he came and sat beside me on the settee and began to question me about my interest in music. We soon discovered important common ground. He thought Handel the greatest composer in the world, and so did I. Then the talk shifted, I forget how, to the mathematics of infinite sets, and I was delighted to discover that he understood the problems that Bertrand Russell discusses in the Principles of Mathematics. I could never understand how there could be any problem about the foundations of mathematics. It was one of those occasions that happen once in a lifetime. 2 minds with immediate and total sympathy. He was 45, I was 13, but it was as if there was no age difference between us, as if we had been close friends for 20 years. This is perhaps not as strange as it sounds. In my small-town environment, I had never met anyone who shared both my loves, science and music. Lyell already knew about me. Franklin had talked about me at dinner a week before. Franklin was always intrigued by the various books that I took to rehearsals on mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology. Lyell was intrigued by Franklin's description, so he came to the concert that night with the intention of talking to me. Lyell left early after inviting me to call and see him at Sneinton, a nearby village. When he had gone, I asked Franklin, "What did you say his name was?" He told me it was Sir Alistair Lyell, a descendant of the Sir Charles Lyell, whose Principles of Geology I had been reading only a week ago. I must admit that I felt startled and shaken. I had never, in my whole life, actually talked to anyone with a title. In fact, I don't think I'd ever seen anyone with a title. I knew Sneinton. I'd assumed Lyell lived in one of the houses in the main street. When I learned that he lived in a sort of manor surrounded by a park, I was overawed. It was lucky that I had not caught the name when Franklin introduced him. I would have stammered and blushed, or simply been tongue-tied. As it was, I lay awake half the night trying to grasp the fact that I had been talking to a sir with no more respect or embarrassment than if he had been the greengrocer. 2 days later, tense and shy, I cycled over to Sneinton. I found the place easily enough, a mile outside the village, and it increased my misgivings. The high stone wall, the man in the gate lodge who rang the house, and then told me to go ahead up the drive. The house itself was less grand than I had expected, but still too grand for me. And then Lyell himself came to answer the door, and the shyness vanished. The curious sympathy that remained unchanged to the end was immediately there between us. I was introduced to his wife, his first wife, Lady Sarah, who even at this time looked pale and ill, and then we went immediately to his museum on the top floor. The Lyell Museum, now transferred into Nottingham, is too well known to need a description. At the time I first saw it, it was less than half the size it later became. Even so, it was enormous. Its chief exhibit, then as now, was the skeleton of the Elasmotherium sibiricum, the extinct ancestor of the rhinoceros, whose horn grew in the middle of his forehead, undoubtedly the seed of the racial memory that became the legendary unicorn. There was the mammoth tusk and the skull of the saber-toothed tiger, and the fragments of the plesiosaurus skeleton, which Lyell introduced to me as the Loch Ness Monster. Sir Charles Lyell's rock collection was complete, and this was what fascinated me most on that first afternoon. Lyell was, of course, the man who caused the first great intellectual revolution of the Victorian era, before Darwin and Wallace and Tyndall and Huxley. Before Lyell, the old biblical theory of creation had held the field, qualified by Cuvier's theory of violent catastrophes, periodic upheavals that destroyed all life and made it necessary for God to repopulate the world with living creatures. According to Cuvier, there were no less than 4 creations which enabled him to explain the fossils of extinct creatures without contradicting the Bible and Archbishop Usher. It was Sir Charles Lyell, 1797 through 1875, who took the incredible step of contradicting the Bible and showing that living forms are continuous and that the time needed for their development amounts to millions of years. The uproar was enormous, to be exceeded later only by the Darwinian controversy itself. I had read the story with excitement only a week or so before I now saw the Lyell collection, the very fossils that had led him to his conclusions. Looking around at this enormous room with its skeletons and bones and rock specimens, I grasped for the first time the reality of history. I can clearly remember this moment as if it had happened 10 minutes ago. There was a touch of the feeling I had experienced playing the scullion, recognition that human life is small and self-centered and totally divorced from reality, and that death is our final reckoning, the universe's dismissal of our trivialities. And again, there was that curious core of happiness, the mind's delight in truth at all costs, even if the truth is destructive. And I somehow grasped instinctively that there is no contradiction between these two feelings, that the exultation is not some paradoxical acceptance of our own destruction, that reality is synonymous with power. That afternoon, I understood why Lyell and myself spoke as equals. I understood that our human time is an illusion, that the mind is capable of seeing through it. In that museum, there was a point of intersection of the timeless with time, a moment outside time. And as I look back on it, I can see that I possessed a total intuitive certainty that afternoon, a certainty that my life had reached a new phase, a turning point. In my dissatisfaction at the prospect of becoming an engineer, I had often daydreamed of the kind of life I would prefer. I had no definite ideas, no clear alternatives. I only knew that I wanted to be allowed to think and study as I liked. My favorite book was Peacock's Grill Grange because I was fascinated by the character of Mr. Falconer, who is rich enough to live in a tower surrounded by servant girls and to devote his life to browsing through a vast collection of books. I was also charmed by the whole way of life in Grill Grange, leisurely conversations about ideas over enormous meals or during country walks. But even in my most Epicurean daydreams, I could not have anticipated a life as perfect as the one that I led for the next 5 years. Lyell ate, drank, and lived ideas. As I came to know him better, I understood why I was as important to him as he was to me. He had never met anyone so totally committed to ideas as he was. Even his fellow members of the Royal Society struck him as too blasé, too worldly, too comfortable in the futilities of everyday existence. They had allowed the world to dilute the intensity, the original purity. His own teens had been lonely, for his father's chief interest had been in hunting and fishing, while a younger brother had a practical turn that later led to his becoming a millionaire property dealer. Now he imagined the satisfaction of meeting someone like his own younger self, someone through whom he could rediscover the excitement of science and music, who had not outgrown his hunger for ideas. So he was as happy to discover me as I was to discover him, happier perhaps since he had formed a mental picture of what he wanted, while I only experienced a formless dissatisfaction. He had never had children. His first wife was sterile. All this meant that I came to a place that had been prepared for me. Although there was no formal adoption, I became, for practical purposes, his adopted son. My parents had no objection. From a very early stage, long before the thought entered my head, they entertained the idea that he might make me his heir. This was, of course, pure wishful thinking and inexperience, not shrewdness or intuition. Still, they proved to be right in the main. At first, I spent part of the weekends there. During Easter 1956, I traveled to America with him to examine the Arizona meteor crater near Winslow and to collect specimens. 5 years later, we were to visit the scene of the Podkamennaya Tunguska explosion in Siberia, which we established to our own satisfaction was an atomic explosion, probably of some spacecraft from another galaxy. When we returned from America, I transferred most of my books and other belongings from Hucknall to Sneinton Hall, and thereafter spent more time there than at home. I continued at school to GCE level, after which he offered to pay for my university training. He made no attempt to influence me, but I knew his own views, that a university education is a waste of time, and that few of the first-rate minds of the past 100 years have owed anything to the university. He was a Cambridge man, but had left at his own request in his second year to pursue his own studies at home. So I refused his offer. Besides, I knew that he could teach me more than a dozen tutors. I never regretted this. Perhaps it is not entirely relevant to my story, but I cannot resist trying to give a picture of my life at Sneinton in those early years. It was a warm, comfortable house, and the servants' quarters were so enormous that I lost my way in them during the first months. I particularly liked the windows of the two front rooms, which stretched from floor to ceiling. There was a hill opposite with trees along the skyline. Its sunsets could be magnificent. Lady Sarah loved to sit in the writing room in the afternoons and make toast at an open fireplace. I think she liked the smell, and drink as many as 10 cups of tea. Lyell and I usually came down from the laboratory to join her. I refer to him here as Lyell, although, like his wife, I always called him Alec. To the rest of his family, he was Alistair. An amusing touch, the gardener chauffeur called him Jamie. He was one of the most naturally democratic persons I have ever known. After dinner, we usually moved into the music room to play gramophone records or sometimes to make music for ourselves. He played the clarinet and oboe as well as the piano. I was also a passable clarinetist. His collection of records, mostly 78s, was enormous and occupied a whole wall stretching from floor to ceiling. Sir Compton Mackenzie, who once spent a weekend in the house when I was there, said that Lyell probably owned the largest record library in the country after the gramophone. I should mention here one of Lyell's amusing idiosyncrasies. He seemed to enjoy very long works for their own sake. I think he simply enjoyed the intellectual discipline of concentrating for hours at a time. If a work was long, it automatically recommended itself to him. So we have spent whole evenings listening to the complete contest between harmony and invention of Vivaldi, the complete, well-tempered clavier, whole operas of Wagner, the last 5 quartets of Beethoven, symphonies of Bruckner and Mahler, the first 14 Haydn symphonies. He even had a strange preference for a sprawling, meandering symphony by Furtwängler, simply because it ran on for 2 hours or so. My own enthusiasm and interest was obviously important to him. If I became tired or indifferent, I could immediately sense his disappointment. When his wife once protested at the number of hours he kept me working or listening to music, he said, "Nonsense. Man is naturally a creature of the mind. The idea that brain work tires people is an old wives' tale. Man should no more get tired of using his brain if he is using it properly than a fish should get tired of water." Lyell was, of course, an eclectic. He loved to quote a sentence that Yeats attributes to Potter when Potter was explaining the presence of volumes of political economy on his bookshelves. "Everything that has occupied man for any length of time is worthy of our study." He was passionately opposed to the idea of the specialist in any field, certainly in science or mathematics. When I first knew him, his chief reputation was as a microbiologist. He was the first man to cultivate Rickettsia, intracellular parasites of microscopic size, apart from a living host. His essay on Mastigophora, a unicellular animal, is a classic that has been reprinted in many anthologies of scientific literature. And his paper on yeast infections, although less deliberately literary, is also a classic of its kind. But he refused to be typed as a scientist, and I once heard Sir Julian Huxley refer jokingly to Sneinton Hall as the laboratory of a medieval alchemist. After 1952, he was fascinated, one might almost say obsessed, by the problem of the expansion of the universe and quasi-stellar radio sources, and his observatory was one of the best-equipped private observatories in the country, perhaps in Europe. Its 80-inch reflecting telescope is now in my own observatory near Mentone. In 1957, his interest moved decisively to the field of molecular biology and problems of genetics. He also experienced a revival of an early interest in number theory. This was a matter in which I exerted an influence, and in the question of how far electronic calculating machines could solve previously insoluble problems. It may seem incredible to most readers that a man with such a variety of interests should also have time for music, as well as for literature, painting, and philosophy. Such a view misses the point. Lyell felt that most men, even brilliant men, waste their intellectual resources. He liked to point out that Sir William Rowan Hamilton could speak a dozen languages, including Persian, at the age of 9, and that John Stuart Mill had read all the dialogues of Plato, in Greek, when he was 7. Both these men were intellectual failures if we judge their mature achievement by their earlier standards, he wrote in a letter to me. He believed that our limitations are due mainly to laziness, ignorance, and timidity. Only one aspect of my new life saddened me: the alienation from my family. From the first, my 2 brothers were openly envious. I was sad about this. I had never liked my elder brother, Arnold, much, but I was fond of Tom, who was a year my junior. Both of them began to treat me as a stranger whenever I returned home and made sneering comments about the life of luxury they must be missing. After a while, their attitudes seemed to affect my father, who also became distant and definitely hostile. Only my mother was always pleased to see me. She understood that it was not for the life of luxury that I preferred Sneinton to my own home. Even so, I took care not to say too much to her about my doings there. She would have thought so much mental activity abnormal and unhealthy, as, in fact, have several friends to whom I have described life at Sneinton. The truth is that the life was ideal for me. At 13, my mind was hungry. I could feel myself changing almost daily. Without Lyell, it would have been a period of frustration, of increasing desire to live a life of sensations and ideas, and hatred of the everyday world that prevented this. The conflict already started before I met Lyell. I was already beginning to see my life at home and school as completely futile. What Lyell offered me was not abnormal intellectual activity, but a life of discovery and purpose. 13 is the age of what Shaw calls the birth of the moral passion. That is, the period when ideas are not abstractions, but realities, when they are food and drink. The changes of puberty have altered one's old conception of oneself. Identity vanishes. One's inner being becomes formless, chaos waiting for the act of creation. There is a brooding feeling of anticipation. The clouds lie there, fragmentary, slate gray, waiting for the wind. And a book, a symphony, a poem, is not merely another experience, but a mystery, a wind blowing from the future. The problem of death is still far away, but the problem of life seems quite as tremendous. The mind contemplates vistas of time, the emptiness of space, and knows that the ordinariness of everyday life is an illusion. And as the everyday becomes less real, so ideas are seen to be the only reality, and the mind that shapes them the only true power in this world of blind natural forces. Lyell made no attempt to influence the direction of my studies except to recommend books to me. He wanted me to make my own discoveries. When I first went to Sneinton, I read Irvine's fine book on the Darwinian controversy and became fascinated by the period. I read everything I could find about Huxley, Darwin, Lyell, Tyndall, and Herbert Spencer, and spent my days in the laboratory dissecting specimens and examining them under the microscope. I came completely under the influence of Sir Julian Huxley, to whom Lyell introduced me in London. Huxley's belief that man has become the managing director of evolution in the universe seemed to me self-evident. I was fascinated by Wendell Stanley's experiments in which he transformed a virus into a non-living crystal and showed that it could still cause disease, for they obviously opened up the question of the dividing line between living and non-living matter. Lyell kept me up to date on the researches of Watson and Crick into DNA, and both of us became excited about Stanley L. Miller's demonstration that organic compounds can form spontaneously under conditions that parallel those of the Earth of 18,000 million years ago. For they raised the supreme question: is life something that permeates the universe like some kind of electric current, but has to wait for conductors to form before it can enter matter? Or can it play some part in forming the conductor? Neither of us could entertain for a moment Oparin's hypothesis that life arose spontaneously through the accidental buildup of organic compounds. It was during this period that I stumbled on the trail of the great secret that later became my life work. I was reading an article by Lyell on enzymes, those strange catalysts that act within living cells and upon which all life depends, when I came across his reference to the autolytic enzymes. I asked him what these were, and he explained that they were enzymes of dissolution that lay dormant in the cell until death, when they take over their task of breaking down the proteins in the protoplasm. But if they're always in the cell, why don't they cause it to break down while it's alive? No one knows. He picked up a book, searched for a place, and read aloud. The harpies of death sleep in every unit of our living bodies, but as long as life is there, their wings are bound and their devouring mouths are closed. For once, he seemed puzzled by my intense interest in the subject. He explained that there is nothing very mysterious about enzymes. If you leave meat to hang, it becomes more tender because the enzymes begin their work of breaking down the cells. I persisted. But why don't these enzymes attack the living cell? He smiled and shrugged. My dear boy, no one knows. But there must be an explanation. We don't really know, for example, why the enzymes in our digestive juices don't destroy the glands that produce them, or the inside of your stomach. Perhaps they're somehow inactive, like a bomb without its detonator, until they're needed. Have a look at Haldane's book on the subject. I looked at Haldane's book, but it was too technical for me. The problem continued to nag me for several days. Sometime later, I came across this passage in T.E. Lawrence's 7 Pillars of Wisdom. During our revolt, we often saw men push themselves or be driven to a cruel extreme of endurance, yet never was there an intimation of physical break. Collapse arose always from moral weakness eating into the body, which of itself, without traitors from within, had no power over the will. I could hardly wait to get to Sneinton to read it to Lyell, but again he was unexcited. Of course the body has resources that become available under crisis. But don't you think there might be some connection here with the business of the enzymes? He looked baffled, and I tried to explain. It's the same thing, isn't it? Something about the will that prevents the autolytic enzymes from destroying the flesh while it's alive. And the same thing allowed the Arabs to push themselves to extremes of endurance. Without the will, everything breaks down. To my surprise, my words seemed to worry him. He shook his head violently. My dear Howard, you really can't reason like that. It's not scientific. How do you know Lawrence was right? It might have been wishful thinking. As to the enzymes, there's probably some chemical explanation. You're not reasoning scientifically. Can you devise an experiment to test your theory? I had to admit that I could not. This was one of those occasions when I felt disappointed in Lyell. He seemed to take pleasure in this tough-minded attitude. I felt that basically I was right and he was wrong, but I couldn't think of any way to convince him. So I pigeonholed the question of the enzymes, promising myself to return to it later. Then, in the excitement of other questions, I forgot it. The First Lady Lyell died in 1960. She had been confined to her bed for a year before the end, so it was not entirely unexpected. She was a strange person, curiously unemotional and detached. I had seen a great deal of her and grown to like her, but I never grew fond of her. In fact, I occasionally felt an odd hostility. Even when her face was expressionless, her eyes often had a faintly amused expression, as if she found all our talk of ideas an absurd folly to which she was superior. I used to try to draw her into conversation, to find out whether her detached amusement concealed depths of wisdom. She would talk about her childhood or her travels with Lyell, but she never said anything to indicate profound intelligence. I finally came to feel that her amusement was merely feminine conceit, the device of a fool to justify her shallowness in her own eyes. A year later, Lyell married again. His second wife was the daughter of the biochemist J. M. Knowles. She was a fair-haired, healthy girl, 30 years his junior, who loved riding, hunting, and swimming. Lyell was obviously very much in love, and I was now old enough, 19, to be amused by it and feel superior. The new Lady Lyell spent a great deal of time on the farm and insisted on his buying horses. He even agreed to go riding with her every morning. I felt, illogically, that he was betraying science by becoming so completely involved. Her French maid, Juliette, became interested in me and found excuses for coming up to the laboratory or the observatory several times a day. But I was determined to set an example of the detachment of a scientific man, and I took pleasure in treating her with polite aloofness. I blush now to think of the priggish way I behaved. She was a delightful girl, and I realized that I missed her after she left. Lyell's death in 1967 came as the greatest shock I had ever experienced. He had gone to China with a group from the Anglo-Chinese Friendship Society. In a small village on the Yangtze, he developed a mild fever that kept him in bed for a few days. He returned to Peking tired, but apparently fully recovered. A Chinese doctor insisted that he should have an injection in case the illness returned. Some kind of mistake was made. I have never discovered exactly what happened. Small blisters formed inside his mouth, and then a large swelling appeared on the back of his neck. Within 48 hours, he was dead. Decomposition set in so quickly that the body was flown back to England, and the interment in the family vault near Inverness followed 24 hours later. I flew to Scotland with Lady Lyell to be present. It was a cold, rainy day, and there were only half a dozen other mourners. It had all happened too suddenly for all his relatives and colleagues to be notified. I should have felt closer than ever to Lady Lyell, since the two of us were the chief mourners. Instead, I felt completely detached. I could see that she was miserable about the loss of a husband and a lover, but she could accept the blow as the kind of misfortune that happens to human beings. And she had consolations. She was still under 40 and more beautiful than ever. She was rich, and she still enjoyed sport and social occasions. For me, there was something insanely unreasonable about Lyell's death. I find this difficult to explain. Hazlitt says that no young person really believes in his own death, and no doubt this was still true for me at 25. But in a sense, Lyell had become so close to me, or rather, he was always so close from our first meeting, that he was somehow included in my disbelief in death. The simplest way of explaining my feeling is to say that I felt he was a twin brother. From the beginning, there had been some odd psychic bond between us, the kind of deep and total sympathy that I have occasionally seen between exceptionally happy married couples. It was more than merely personal. It transcended the personal in our mutual love of science and philosophy. As I stood there in the snow, and watched the coffin carried into the stone vault, I experienced the hallucinatory belief that I was being buried alive. In the realest sense, there was a part of me in the coffin. This was why I could feel no sympathy as Jane Lyell burst into tears and clung to my arm. Her grief was real, but it was not deep. I had seen her cry like this when her favorite hunter broke his leg and had to be shot. The next day I moved to the cottage in Essex where he and I had worked together on principles of microbiology. She remarried a year later, but I never met her again. When I discovered how generously I had been treated in Lyell's will, I half expected her to contest it. But to do her justice, she had little of the mean or petty about her. Rereading what I've written, I am aware that I have failed to explain why his death affected me so violently. But in order to make it clear, I would have to write a detailed account of my 12 years at Sneinton, during the last 7 of which I was his assistant and secretary. And that, in turn, would require a book as long as Bainton's life. He taught me everything I knew, not only in science, but in philosophy, music, literature, history, even in mathematics. For before I met Lyell, my maths was of the log and slide rule variety. Most teenagers suffer all kinds of emotional upsets and frustrations. My own teens were completely free of such problems. It would give a false impression to say that I was happy. I was totally absorbed in work. I was an engine working to the limit of its capacity. Happiness would have been a pointless irrelevancy. And since I never had the feeling that the times are out of joint, I somehow took it for granted that Lyell would live to be a centenarian and that I would attend his funeral in Westminster Abbey. I had even chosen the spot, close to Darwin's grave. His death at 57 seemed so murderously stupid that my sense of rightness was shaken. I felt a cold suspicion that I had been living in illusion for the past 12 years. Perhaps I should not have gone off on my own. The loneliness made it worse. Lyell had many friends who could have helped me, with whom I could have spent the next 6 weeks, and talked about the conflict produced in me by his death. Instead, I went to a lonely cottage a mile from the nearest village. There were heavy wooden shutters up at all the windows, and when I took them down, I could look out on the sea with its endless, meaningless movement. I tried to work, but it was hopeless. I sat for hours in the window seat, staring at the sea. I had no experience in self-expression or introspection. And since I felt no desire to read or listen to the radio or watch the television, my feelings coagulated, catalyzed by boredom. I think I became a little insane. There was some obscure force struggling inside me, but I felt no desire to do anything. One night, I took a walk on the beach and looked up at the sky and wondered how I could ever have taken any interest in the stars. They were dead worlds, and even if they were not dead, what meaning could they have for me, or for any other human being? What was the point of science, the study of the indifference of the universe? One could understand why men should study to make their lives more comfortable, but why study mere facts for their own sake? What had they to do with us? I began to suspect that all science is an absurd misunderstanding. Lyell's solicitor contacted me. I had to go to London on business connected with the will. Up to this point, I had never expected that he intended to leave me so much money. I knew he meant to leave me something. I assumed it would be a small income or settlement of some kind. The truth surprised me, but even so, I felt almost nothing. It seemed irrelevant. By this time, the very fact that I was alive seemed irrelevant. His solicitor, John Foster Howard, was a kind old man. He invited me home for dinner, and I accepted out of indifference. In the same spirit of indifference, I accepted several whiskeys before dinner and then drank a great deal of wine with the meal. I had often drunk wine at Sneinton. Lyell was a great connoisseur, but never took any interest in the subject. I felt about wine as I felt about sex, that it was an irrelevancy of no concern to the scientist. Now I found, for the first time in 2 weeks, that I was feeling human again. I ended by getting drunk and talking to Howard at length about Lyell. At 2 in the morning, they made up a bed for me, and I slept heavily until late the next morning. I left Howard's after breakfast and wandered around Hyde Park for an hour. He lived off the Edgware Road. Then I did something that I had never done before. I went into a pub in Soho and ordered a double whiskey. When the barman asked me what kind, I looked at him blankly, then said, "Scotch." I drank several of these, sitting in a corner of the bar, then ate a sandwich and got into conversation with an old man who said he was a peddler of jewelry. 2 women friends joined him. I bought them all drinks. Suddenly they seemed the friendliest and pleasantest people I had ever met. I went on drinking until closing time, and then realized that I could hardly walk. I hailed a taxi and told the driver to take me to Liverpool Street Station. My case was still in my hotel room, and I hadn't paid the bill, but I suddenly wanted to be back in the cottage. I slept on the journey and woke up with a headache and a thirst. At Rochford, I went into the nearest hotel and ordered sandwiches and beer. After my 3rd beer, the headache went away. I fell into conversation with a boy of about 20. He told me he was a farm laborer who worked for £12 a week and that he intended to get married soon because his girlfriend was pregnant. Suddenly, I felt a great interest in him, a desire for insight into his life. I got him to talk about himself at length while I bought him drinks. We were soon both drinking whiskey. He went on to mix his drinks in a manner that even I knew must be disastrous. He told me about his family, his brothers and sisters and cousins, and I remember listening to every word with deep attention. Finally, he remembered that he was supposed to meet his girlfriend and that he was an hour late. He went off, saying that he would bring her back because I had to meet her. He left, and I sat alone, staring at the coal fire and sipping whiskey. I was surprisingly clear-headed, considering how much I'd drunk, perhaps because I was unused to it. And as I sat there, thinking about the life that Frank, the farm laborer, had been describing to me, a thought suddenly came into my head. I am rich and free to do whatever I like. I looked around at the bar, the working men playing darts and drinking pints, and it suddenly seemed clear that I had been ignoring what life was really about. These people wanted to live fuller lives, but they were trapped in an economic machine. I had been lucky. I would be stupid not to seize my luck with both hands. Life was to be lived. Science was a fraud. I suddenly remembered authors I had read without much sympathy at the time. Potter, Oscar Wilde, Maupassant. I remembered Jane's French maid, Juliet, remembered her shapely legs and black stockings, and wished that she was here with me, or better still, waiting back at the cottage. When I thought about Lyell, I experienced no pangs of conscience about my present state of mind. After all, he was dead. He had been taken in by the fraud too, and now he was dead. But at least I could try to do some of his living for him. I remembered his happiness in those early days with Lady Jane. Of course, he must have known the secret. Why didn't he tell me? Why did we go on living in our absurd, dehydrated, sterilized world of ideas and aesthetic emotions? By 10 o'clock, Frank still had not returned. I rang for a taxi and got home towards midnight. I ate cold meat and gherkins from the refrigerator, then slept on the settee downstairs, where I could see the moonlight on the sea. Again, I slept heavily and late. I woke up with a headache and a hangover of conscience, but still I felt in no mood for scientific work. I spent a thoroughly wretched day, bored, self-divided, irritable. In the afternoon, I forced myself to take a bath in the sea, but it was so cold that I was completely numb after a few minutes. I went indoors and dried myself, then wandered aimlessly around the house, glancing at bookshelves, leafing my way through magazines. The Lyells had often spent weekends here, so there were a great many books and magazines belonging to Lady Lyell, books on horses and dogs and sailing, copies of Vogue and The Tatler and Country Life. An hour of browsing through these made me feel suicidal, that most human beings are little better than apes. Then I came across Lyell's books on wine. Some of these had fine color plates showing vineyards of the Rhine, Burgundy, and so on, and I stared at them with the pleasure that comes from the impersonality of hills. Then I remembered that Lyell kept some wine in the cellar. It was a matter in which I had never taken any interest. I went down to look. It was a good collection for such a small cellar, some 100 or so cases arranged in racks. Another dozen cases were piled near the door, waiting to be opened. I looked into one and found that it contained claret, Chateau Brun Contignac, one of Lyell's favorite wines. I was overcome by a kind of sentimental nostalgia. I took a bottle upstairs, opened it, carefully decanted it, and drank down a large glassful. It was too cold. I stood the decanter in the hearth by the wood fire, got out the cheese board, and sat down in the armchair with one of Andre Simon's wine books on my knee. Soon, to my surprise, I found the decanter empty, and once again I felt myself steeped in my own past, seeing my life from a distance. It struck me then that the main problem of human life is easy to define. We live too close to the present, like a gramophone needle traveling over a record. We never appreciate the music as a whole because we only hear a series of individual notes. I felt the impulse to get this down on paper. I found a clean notebook in the study and started to write. At one point, I fetched up another bottle of claret, but forgot to drink it. I was writing about my own life, about experiences that I remembered well, about sudden insights like the one I had just had. I realized that all science has simply been man's attempt to get his nose off the gramophone record, to see things from a distance, to escape this perpetual tyranny of the present. He invented language and then writing to try to escape his worm's eye view of his own existence. Later still, he invented art, painting, music, literature, to try to store the stuff of his living experience. It came to me with a shock that art is really an extension of science, not its opposite. Science tries to store and correlate dead facts. Art and literature try to store and correlate living facts. And then, the clearest insight of all, science is not man's attempt to reach truth. He doesn't want truth in the sense of mere facts. He wants wider consciousness, freedom from this strange trap that holds our noses against the gramophone record. This is why he has always loved wine and music. I have summarized my conclusions in 2 paragraphs, but they took me several hours of writing and several thousands of words. When I had finished, I realized that I had reached a turning point in my life. Admittedly, I had always known this, instinctively. Now I knew it consciously, and the next question was clear. Is there any straightforward method, apart from the pursuit of ideas and symbols, for achieving this wider consciousness, for obtaining those breathing spaces when you feel like a bird contemplating your existence from above instead of from the gutter? I was sleepy, and I was drunk again, but it wasn't important. I went to bed full of a sense of new discovery, of knowing that something that would change my life. I expected it still to be there when I woke up, and it was. I knew then how Newton must have felt when he finished writing the Principia. it seemed to me that I had made a discovery of great scientific importance, a discovery of what science really aimed at. The next question was, what could I do with it? How could I follow it up? During the next few days, I did a great deal of thinking and writing, and I came to some important conclusions. The most important of them was this, that although science may not have understood its real aim, religion and poetry always had understood theirs. The mystics, like the poets, knew all about this bird's-eye consciousness that suddenly replaces our usual worm's-eye view. I went into the Rochford Public Library and found Cuthbert Butler's book on Western mysticism and a volume by Evelyn Underhill. More important, I found a gramophone record of Finzi's Dies Natalis, a setting from Traherne's Centuries of Meditation. The books on mysticism rather repelled me. My scientific training was too deep-rooted to swallow them easily, but Traherne's words were immediately moving. They made it clear that I had to get to grips directly with the mystics. It was then that I remembered about Lyell's uncle, Canon Lyell, a cousin of the famous Sir Charles, never achieved the rank of a Victorian celebrity, but his History of the Eastern Churches was apparently considered the standard work on its subject, less readable than Dean Stanley's book on the same subject, but more encyclopedic and reliable. I also seem to remember that he was the author of a book on the English mystics and had possessed one of the largest libraries of religious and theological works in the country. For some absurd reason, after all, I could have found all the books I needed in the London library. I wrote to Alec's brother George, who lived in Scotland, and asked him if he knew what had happened to Canon Lyell's library. A week later, a reply came saying that he had no idea, but that perhaps another member of the family, Aubrey Lyell, could tell me. He enclosed Aubrey Lyell's address. It was in Alexandria. I decided to make do with the London Library and the British Museum. That weekend, the phone rang. It was Aubrey Lyell calling from London. George Lyell had passed on my message. He said he would like to come over and see me, and I said he would be welcome. He arrived early on Saturday evening. He was younger than I expected, a few years older than I was, with black hair and an olive complexion. He was tall and thin, and his figure looked oddly disjointed. He spoke in a faint, breathless voice, as if too bored to raise it. But he seemed to be a cultivated, intelligent man, and after the initial awkwardness of total strangers sizing one another up, we began talking as openly as if we were old friends. At his suggestion, we drove into Rochford for a meal. It was one of those evenings when everything seems fated to go perfectly. The food was good, and the carafe wine very drinkable, and each of us was thoroughly interested in the other's personality. I talked about Lyell, my home background, and my life since Alec's death. He talked of poetry and mysticism and told me about a friend of his, a poet called Constantine Caffavy, who had died not long before. Presently, he said casually, "I'd love you to come back to Alexandria." I asked with mild incredulity, "Are you sure?" "Quite sure." "All right. Thank you. I'd love to." It had been decided within the space of a few seconds, and I felt a tremendous exhilaration. I found Aubrey more likable in his own surroundings. He relaxed, became more serious, took on the confidence of a householder and a good host. At supper, we drank an Egyptian wine of a Burgundy type, which I had to admit was excellent, and he expounded his ideas to me at length. I was struck because they corresponded roughly to what I had been thinking a few months before, after Lyell's death. He argued his case well. Ideas were abstract and finally unsatisfying, unless related to our human needs. They might give an impression of satisfying, as hot tea temporarily removes hunger, but it is an illusion. Man is human, that is to say, He is social by nature. His social and sexual urges are his deepest. They are as important to his humanity as breathing is to his body. His words might once have struck me as true. I now saw clearly that his preference for emotions, his conviction of the unimportance of ideas, was merely a symptom of his inability to think logically or seriously. But he was intelligent, self-critical, and sympathetic. When he sensed my basic lack of inclination for his way of life, he remained an excellent and courteous host, who had invited me to his house, and who intended to treat me well until I felt like leaving. I remembered some of my own feelings of impatience during the days he spent with me and felt ashamed. I also found his honesty impressive. On one occasion, when I had spent half an hour trying to express my sense of our basic difference as politely as possible, he said, "You mean I'm not clever enough to think any idea through to the end?" I had to laugh when I realized that my polite circumlocutions had been wasted. I saw little of Alexandria. I found his library far too interesting. Canon Lyell had died before he had finished the second volume of Mysticism. It was to deal with the German school from Eckhart to Boehme, but his manuscript pages had been sewed together and bound. Most of it had been dictated to a secretary whose handwriting was neat and readable. Perhaps it was this personal touch that made the book so real to me. Most of the words referred to in the MS were also in Aubrey's library, the beautiful 4-volume edition of Boehme, translated in part by Law, about whom the canon had written in the published volume, rare editions of Eckhart and Suso, Ruysbroeck, and St. John of the Cross, and several of Blake's own hand-printed books. The canon had written down most of his ideas in the margins and flyleaves, so it was possible to study the development of his thought, as if in an intimate journal. He had even studied alchemy in an attempt to grasp the meaning of Boehme's symbolism. I also began to study the alchemists and was astonished at how much light they shed on pages of Boehme's text that at first reading I had dismissed as muddle-headed and chaotic. For the first few days I must admit to finding the mystics baffling and involved. The lack of scientific precision irritated me. Then, at exactly the right moment, I came across the key to them in Aubrey's record library. He had a great admiration for Furtwängler and had almost everything Furtwängler had ever recorded, including the Bruckner symphonies. Lyell had often played me Bruckner in my early days at Sneinton, but I had not been impressed. I found him melodious, but hopelessly long-winded and repetitive. It seemed clear to me that most of his symphonies need to be cut by a half, sometimes more. His church music satisfied me more, but I preferred Handel. Finally, I had stopped listening to Bruckner, and Lyell also lost interest. Now I came across Furtwängler's remark that Bruckner was a descendant of the great German mystics, and that the aim of his symphonies had been to make the supernatural real. I knew he had begun by composing church music. Surely, then, it followed that he came to the symphony because he wanted to go further in expressing the supernatural. I put on Furtwängler's recording of the 7th Symphony and immediately understood that this was true. This music was slow, deliberate, because it was an attempt to escape the nature of music, which, after all, is dramatic. That is to say, it has the nature of a story. You listen to its development as you would listen to the development of a story. Bruckner, according to Furtwängler, wanted to suspend the mind's normal expectation of development to say something that could only be expressed if the mind fell into a slower rhythm. So, interpretations that treat them as symphonies, like Klemperer's, or as romantic poems, like Walter's, miss the whole point. This music is not descriptive of nature. It attempts to approximate to nature. When I understood this, Furtwängler's interpretations were revelatory. I put them on when the house was quiet, and I calmed my mind as if I were lying on the seashore, listening to the sound of the sea and absorbing the sun. Then the music induced utter calm, and even the orchestral climaxes seemed as impersonal as the crash of waves. I now made the interesting discovery that instead of seeming too long, the symphonies seemed far too short. They ended just as I had entered fully into their mood. I ended by piling half a dozen long-playing records on the turntable and listening to assorted movements of the fourth, the seventh, the eighth, without bothering about which symphony they belonged to. With Bruckner, this makes surprisingly little difference, since for him, a symphony was always an incantation to induce the same state of mind, the sense of detachment from our humanity, of entering into the eternal life of mountains and atoms. The days passed in an enormous sense of peace. The weather was ideal, still cool enough to be enjoyed. Aubrey took me on occasional excursions, but otherwise ceased to bother with me. I found a morning sitting in a cafe, talking with the Alexandrian literati, so painful that even he could see that I hated it. After that, he would introduce me to visitors with the remark, "He's studying to be a monk," and I would slip off to the library as soon as they ceased to notice me. The month I spent in Aubrey's house catalyzed an enormous mental change in me. I found that I even ceased to regret Lyell's death. I would have preferred him to be alive, but my present discovery would have been impossible without his death. I would have continued, absorbed in science, and suppressed any other impulses. 2 days before I left Alexandria, I came upon the book that caused my second great change of direction and introduced me to my life's work. I found it in the bookcase in Aubrey's bedroom one day when I was looking for a biography of Furtwängler that he had mentioned. It had the unspectacular title of Human Aging, a Biological and Behavioral Study. I wondered idly what such a book was doing on his bookshelves. Then I remembered several remarks he had made about the business of getting old, about how the past 5 years had passed like 6 months, and he expected the next decade to pass even quicker. He said, "Time's a confidence trick. It's like a crooked guardian who keeps dipping his hands into your bank account. You think you've still got a fortune left and then realize that you're on the edge of bankruptcy." He also mentioned some statistic to the effect that by the end of the century, the average life expectancy would be 81 instead of 74. I took the book back to my room and read the first article, and then I recalled my discussion with Lyell about the autolytic enzymes. I turned to an examination of the blood chemistry in healthy, aged men and discovered that there is a striking similarity between that of these men and of normal younger men, although there is a marked decrease of serum albumin. I remembered an odd sentence that I had read somewhere, that rats fed on a diet of ecstasy live longer. I recalled Aubrey's remarks about the acceleration of time, and my own observation that Bruckner's symphonies became too short when I was in a mood of total serenity. Somewhere I knew instinctively that there was a connection between these apparently unrelated facts, and with some other idea of mine that eluded me, it came back that evening. After supper, Aubrey and I had dined alone. I had told him I intended to leave. He wanted to know how I reconciled my love of science with this interest in mysticism. I soon discovered that he had a theory of his own which seemed to fit the facts. He thought of scientists as men afraid to accept the implications of their humanity, perhaps people deeply wounded in their sexuality, as Durrell said of his Alexandrians. They were also afraid of death. He, Aubrey said, was not afraid of death. He accepted it as the necessary corollary to his belief that man is intended to be human, to live humanly and sensually. The scientist is unwilling to face death, and so he sacrifices his humanity and tries to identify himself with the abstract and the eternal. And the religious man has the same motive, except that he may believe in an afterlife for which he has to prepare. I pointed out that I had been interested in science and mathematics from the age of 9 or 10, far too young to take death seriously or think of evading it. Then I explained my own view of the scientific urge, that it is the attempt to achieve the bird's-eye view, broader consciousness. And as I said it, the connection suddenly came to me, and I stopped speaking. Aubrey asked me to go on, but I wanted to think this out alone, so I ended lamely and let him go on talking. And when he found me dull and went to make a telephone call to a nightclub, I went out into the garden and sat on a low wall. It was a clear night, and the stars seemed closer than I've ever seen them in England. And now I followed the implications of my idea. By life, we mean being alive, being conscious, not just head consciousness, but the obscure forces of Lawrence's solar plexus. But if life is consciousness, then the problem of prolonging life should be the problem of increasing consciousness, the aim of science as well as art. Ecstasy is increase of consciousness, and rats fed on a diet of ecstasy live longer. It follows that great artists, scientists, and mathematicians should tend to live longer than other men. And where mathematicians are concerned, I knew this to be true. Newton, 85. Sylvester, 83. Dedekind, 85. Galileo, 78. Gauss, 78. Euclid, 90. Sylow, 86. Whitehead, 86. Russell, 95, and still alive at that time. Weierstrass, 82. E.T. Bell once remarked that mathematicians either die very young by disease or accident, or live to be very old. Mostly they live on. I decided to check the figure. How many mathematicians out of a test batch lived to be more than 75? I later discovered that it was nearly 50%, as compared to less than 15% in the general population. I began to try to remember how many artists, philosophers, musicians have achieved old age. I knew less about these groups than about mathematicians, but even so, I could think of a cross-section of such men that seemed significant. Bruckner, admittedly, only reached 72, but he was in many ways a frustrated and unhappy little man. But Sibelius, whose music is equally serene and majestic, lived to 91. Strauss reached 85. Haydn reached 77 in an age when 50 was average life expectancy. Vaughan Williams, another one of the mystical school, reached 86. By this time I was so interested in my game that I went to the library and took down a biographical dictionary, then began to look up names at random. Plato, 81. Kant, 80. Santayana, 89. Tolstoy, 82. Bernard Shaw, 93. H.G. Wells, 81. G.E. Moore, 85. Newman, 89, although he thought of himself as a permanent invalid. Carlyle, 86. Another valetudinarian. Bergson, 82. Aubrey came into the study to tell me he was going out and found me writing down lists of figures. He said, "Back at mathematics again, eh? Had enough of religion?" I said, "You say you want to live to an old age?" "I suppose so. Why?" "Then your best chance is to become a mathematician or philosopher. In fact, a thinker of any kind. They last longer." I showed him my figures. By this time I had taken down a dictionary of the arts and sciences and was simply making lists of ages under various headings. Philosophers and mathematicians came out best, with nearly 50% living to be over 75. The average for musicians, artists, and writers was lower, but then a much higher percentage of artists tend to be emotionally unstable or unhappy. The figures showed that the stable ones tended to live as long as philosophers. Aubrey looked dazed. Then he said, "Well, you've made your point, but I still intend to go out and drink champagne and spend the evening with a neurotic young model. What do you think that proves?" I smiled at him as he went out. "You know as well as I do." I sailed from Egypt in early May. I preferred the sea route. I wanted time to think about practical problems as well as ideas. I wondered where to go next. I was determined that my life should regain the sense of order and direction I had lost since Lyell's death. I liked Aubrey, but the purposelessness of his life horrified me. The thought that most people lived like this almost made me despair of being human. I decided not to return to the Essex cottage. I would go back to Hucknall until I could decide what to do. On the boat, I had a brief attack of dysentery, but even this turned out to be enlightening. I woke up in the night feeling sick and lay awake, trying to fight it off. The smallness of the cabin, the warmth, the sound of the man in the next cabin tossing in his bunk, all these intensified the sickness. Then I heard the sound of steps outside my door. A sailor or officer on duty, since he was wearing shoes. A few minutes later I heard low voices that sounded as if they were arguing. My door was opposite a flight of stairs. They stopped under the stairs and continued the argument. One of them kept saying, "Don't raise your voice." And the other said, "I don't see why not. It's none of your bloody business anyway." I gathered that one of them had been in the cabin of a female passenger, and the other had caught him coming out. After a few minutes, they went upstairs, still arguing in low voices. Then I noticed that my interest in their quarrel had made the sickness subside. I had stopped thinking about myself, and the sickness had vanished. I recalled a line of Shaw's. "Minding your own business is like minding your own body. It's the quickest way to make yourself sick." Why should it be? Why should thinking about yourself increase the sickness and thinking about something else diminish it? For the next 24 hours I was convulsed with retching and diarrhea, but in between times I thought about my insight. And the following day, when I was again able to eat a little, I saw the solution clearly. Human beings are unlike any other animal on the surface of the earth in one important respect. They are capable of focusing their minds on matters that have no immediate personal significance for them. The consciousness of an animal is bound to be concerned with its needs and desires. Man has this capacity for taking an interest in other things, quite apart from his personal needs. Other things, that was the vital phrase. The human capacity for otherness. A certain odor or fragment of music could remind me vividly of some other place or other time, and make the present moment vanish for an instant. But this ability to leap away from my own body was not confined to events in my own past life. I could read the biography of a long-dead scientist and make the same leap. I could make it listening to a symphony of Bruckner or doing a mathematical problem. The otherness permits us to draw on reserves of strength that are normally not available to us. I recalled an incident of my teens. I had heard about the discovery of a fossil coelacanth at Matlock in Derbyshire and rode over there one Sunday afternoon to see it. There was a strong wind against me. I arrived exhausted. I was tempted to find a cafe and rest for half an hour over tea and sandwiches, but I was late. So I sought out the man who had found the fossil and asked to see it. He was an old boatman whose interest in such things was purely amateurish. But his enthusiasm was intense, and he insisted that I go with him to the cave so he could show me the spot where he found it. We climbed a steep hill, borrowed a lantern from an obliging guide, and then went down a low, steep corridor that plunged into the hill. For over an hour we scrambled around over great slabs of rock, through narrow openings, along moist corridors, while he showed me other fossils embedded in the stone. And when we came out into the sunlight again, I realized that I felt completely refreshed. More refreshed than if I had spent the hour sleeping in the sun. My mind had focused with interest on the matter of the fossils. Walking through the caves, I had become aware of the enormous age of the earth and the brevity of all human history. And with my mind focused on otherness, strength had returned. I had made contact with the inner reserve of power that is inaccessible to ordinary personal consciousness. This, I realized, was the completion of my argument with Aubrey Lyell. Science is not a meaningless abstraction unrelated to human life. Like art, literature, music, religion, it is the pursuit of an otherness that connects us to some obscure source of power inside ourselves. It was all fascinating, but what did it prove? Even though I was convinced that I had stumbled on a fundamental truth, it meant nothing unless I could relate it to definite facts. For example, man is one of the most long-lived animals on Earth. A dog or a horse, even a tiger, is old at 15. But then, turtles and elephants live longer than men. Were these merely exceptions to a rule, or is there no relation between man's longevity and his capacity for thought? Again, man now lives far longer than in the past. In the time of Shakespeare, man was old at 50. A few centuries earlier, and 35 was the average expectation of life. Is this increased longevity related to our increased capacity to use the mind, to universal education? Or is it merely due to improved sanitary conditions, shorter hours of work, and so on? Unless one could answer these questions with a definite yes or no, it all remained a fairy tale, a slightly insane theory. But how could I set about testing it? I racked my brains but could think of no answer. In the ship's library, I discovered a book that made me feel as though I were being mocked by some obscure demon of science. It upheld the theory that the Earth has had several moons, each one of which has crashed on the Earth, giving rise to the great myths of floods and universal destruction. According to this book, men were smaller in the Middle Ages, as they undoubtedly were, because the present moon was then further from the Earth. In the meantime, it has come closer, neutralizing the Earth's gravity to some extent and allowing us to grow taller, and at the same time to live longer, since reduced gravity means less wear and tear on our bodies. I remember feeling a kind of superstitious shiver as I read the book. It was as if the fates were warning me that I was drifting dangerously close to becoming a crank. My immediate reaction was a determination to discover the facts about longevity, no matter how long it took. I read the book on human aging from cover to cover, hoping to find a point of departure and finding none. Theories about the Middle Ages were obviously useless. There was no way of testing them. And theories about human consciousness were equally meaningless unless I could devise a way of investigating them in the laboratory. So, where could I begin? Obviously with the human body and its capabilities. But this was one subject about which I knew very little. It had simply never interested me. In that case, I had to begin with learning about the body. It would serve no purpose to describe the next 18 months in detail. I lived in lodgings off Gouge Street, attended lectures in anatomy and pathology at University College, and spent a great deal of time in the British Museum reading room. I made almost no acquaintances. I was too absorbed in work for socializing. My chief relaxations were exploring the second-hand bookshops in the Charing Cross Road and wandering around the city. My favorite time for this was Saturday afternoons and Sundays. Sneinton was empty for much of the time. Howard, Lady Lyell's solicitor, told me that she spent a great deal of time staying with friends and hunting. So I spent many weekends there. It was only a 2-hour drive up to the MI. I also spent more time with my parents. Now, both my brothers were married. One day, driving back from Nottingham, I switched on the car radio and heard a voice saying, "Man's evolution has been the steady growth of his independence from the body and the physical world. His mind seems intent on defying the processes of time. In this respect, art and science have the same aim. A lover of Dickens feels as much at home in 19th century London as in the London of his own day. A historian may know ancient Rome or Athens as well as Oxford or Cambridge. And a scientist might find the Pleistocene era more interesting than the 20th century. The human mind objects to being confined in the present. Man's history is the history of a search for wider horizons. And now arises the fundamental question, what is the purpose of all this contemplation? Is it to make us aware of our own unimportance, of the fact that our life is so brief as to be practically meaningless? If so, then science defeats its own purpose. We'd better remain confined by the perpetual horizon of the present, as the fish is confined by its horizon of water. But is this true? Is the final end of human knowledge to teach man his own unimportance? Or are we right to trust that curiously optimistic impulse that drives us to transcend our imprisonment in times? A moment later, the announcer's voice said, "That was Sir Henry Littleway delivering the seventh and last of the Leith lectures under the title, Man the Measure." I experienced a tingling in the nerve ends, a sensation of physical lightness, the feeling that I had arrived at the beginning of a new stage of my journey. I am certain that I am not imagining this feeling in retrospect. It was a flash of second sight, of definite knowledge of the future. I had never heard of Sir Henry Littleway, but his name suddenly seemed as familiar to me as my own. As soon as I arrived back home, I looked him up in Who's Who. Born in Great Glen, Leicestershire in 1919, educated at Leeds, earned a DSO in Normandy, holder of the McDougall Chair of Psychology at McGill University, 1949 through 56, then at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology until 1965. The Who's Who I consulted was out of date, but it gave his address, Langton Place, Great Glen. I immediately wrote him a letter, sketching my own background and explaining my present interest in gerontology. Before I had sealed it, I had a moment of misgiving. After all, I had only heard a few sentences at the end of a course of lectures. His views might be diametrically opposed to my own. If he had been at MIT, he might be a follower of Skinner and the behaviorists. Still, I had nothing to lose. I walked up to the post office at Mornington Crescent to catch the earliest post next day. I heard nothing from him for a month. Then, one day, a small airmail parcel arrived with an American postmark. It contained a paperback book, Aging and the Value Experience, by Aaron Marks, and a letter from Littleway. He apologized for the delay. He had come to America to attend the conference of the American Psychological Association. He had known Lyell slightly and liked him. He expected to be back in London at the end of March, when he would hope to see me. In the meantime, the enclosed book would give me some idea of the work that was being done. He also mentioned some other books on related subjects. I read Marx's book through in one morning. Then I went to the British Museum and looked up his other publications, as well as the other books recommended by Littleway. Husserl, Shaler, Cantril, Merleau-Ponty, Leicester. I was used to reading and absorbing quickly, but by the end of that first day, I felt as though my brain was fermenting under my skull. It was amazing that there could be so much important work that I was totally unaware of. This was partly due to the fact that it was in a field that had never interested me. the no man's land between psychology and philosophy. For 2 years, I had suspected that I was a solitary pioneer in a field that might arouse more ridicule than interest. Now I realized that ideas I had thought daring were commonplace to Marx and Littleway. I soon discovered that Marx had created a battery of terms that made some of my own neologisms superfluous. His most basic idea was that of the value experience. For most of his time, he wrote, man is confined by a narrow perceptual horizon. He is limited in 3 respects, with regard to space, with regard to time, and with regard to meaning. He accepts life as it comes, and insofar as he experiences values, they are the animal values of hunger, thirst, tiredness, the need for self-assertion, and territory. These are so basic that he is not even aware of them as values. They are simply impulses. But then there are certain moments of detachment, moments when he becomes aware of meanings and patterns beyond his present horizon. He sees the wood instead of half a dozen trees. These moments of seeing the wood instead of the trees I call value experiences, VEs for short. In other words, Marx's value experience was my bird's eye moment, but his definitions were much more precise than mine. The VE or meaning experience can take several forms. For example, the sexual orgasm usually brings this sense of horizons of meaning beyond everyday consciousness, so one might be tempted to say that all value experiences approximate to the orgasm. This would be untrue because there is another type of VE that brings a deep sense of calm. For example, if we read Wordsworth's sonnet on Westminster Bridge, ne'er saw I, ne'er felt a calm so deep. The river glideth at his own sweet will. Dear God, the very houses seem asleep. It is clear that he was experiencing the opposite of the orgasm, something closer to the Buddhist's ideal of nirvana, rapt contemplation. Marx distinguishes these value experiences as moments of contemplative objectivity. As everyone now knows, Marx was the first to recognize the idea that about 5% of human beings, or of any animal group, belong to a dominant minority, the evolutionary spearhead. The majority of neurotics belong to this dominant minority for the obvious reason that, having a stronger sense of purpose, they are more easily frustrated. Marx performed a series of famous experiments in which he deliberately induced nervous breakdowns in dogs, rats, and hamsters by subjecting them to various forms of frustration. The dominant minority, exactly 5%, had breakdowns in about half the time it took to induce them in the remaining 95%. With these experiments, Marx had taken the decisive step beyond Freud. The dominant 5% is driven by an urge for self-development and maturity. Sexual frustration is an important element in neurosis because sexual development is a vital part of the maturing process, but it is not the most important or basic cause of neurosis. In general, the dominant minority among human beings behaves and responds very like the dominant minority among other animals. But there is an important difference. A very small percentage of the human 5%, Marx determined it to be about 0.5 of the 5%, or 0.00025% of the human race, needs to express its dominance by another kind of self-expression, the evolution of the mind. Most of the 5% expresses itself through social dominance. It needs to dominate or outshine other people. The 0.00025% is basically obsessed by the value experience. This is its highest form of self-expression. For these people, all other forms of achievement and dominance seem barren. But now came the part that really excited me. Marx had performed 2 series of experiments that placed all this on a solid basis of observation. The first was the cure of incurable alcoholics by inducing VEs. The second, the increase of the lifespan of old people in a home for the destitute. The alcoholic experiment was based on the supposition that a large number of alcoholics belong to the 0.00025%, whom Marx calls the creative minority, borrowing Toynbee's term. Very few really creative people achieve complete self-expression because the transition from social orientation, the desire to dominate other people, to genuine creativity, the desire for value experiences above everything else, is so difficult. The reason for this is simple. It is hard to achieve VEs at will unless you have outgrown the desire to dominate other people. This means there is a period when a man is between two stools. He has started to lose interest in other people, but has still not reached the point of being able to replace the old domination experience with the value experience. In this stage, the creative minority are likely to look elsewhere for some satisfaction, to alcohol, drugs, or sexual excess. The strain may also produce illness, particularly tuberculosis. This explains why so many of the romantic poets and artists died tragically or became drug addicts, like Coleridge and De Quincey. Marx used various means to induce VEs in his alcoholics: hypnosis, the electronic stroboscope, noise analysis machines, psychedelic drugs, and cured about 82% of them. About 23% later regressed to alcoholism, and of these, 9% were cured permanently by a repetition of the treatment. The experiment with the old people proceeded along the same lines. In this case, Marx was inclined to wonder whether very old people who have ceased to care about art, poetry, or music could be revitalized, or whether something inside might have atrophied. This time he took a cross-section of old people, but took care to include several who had once been fond of poetry or music. Once again, VEs were induced by various means, and then all the subjects were exposed to various forms of aesthetic experience. Since a large number of the subjects had no interest in poetry, music, or painting, he also showed several exceptionally fine travelogues of Scandinavia and American national parks with three-dimensional technicolor and, significantly enough, music by Sibelius and Bruckner. Here, the results were incredible. All subjects, without exception, displayed an increase in vitality, the total vanishing of apathy. In several of them, this took the form of religious conversion with revivalistic meetings. The experiments took place in early spring, and all the subjects began to take daily walks and arranged bus tours of the area, Norfolk, Virginia. And 7 out of the 50 subjects, including the 4 Marks, had selected especially, experienced a complete intellectual and aesthetic awakening, and formed a music and poetry society, as well as a reading and discussion group. In all cases, the general level of health rose. The 50 chosen were all over 75, so that there seemed a reasonable statistical certainty that some of them would die during the next year. The expectation was 17%. In fact, all but 3 were still alive 2 years later. 11 more had relapsed to their former state of indifference, but remained healthy. These 2 experiments fascinated me, particularly the latter, for it was immediately clear that the successes among the old people were much higher than there was any reason to expect. The alcoholics were already a selected group because of Marx's assumption that the creative minority produce a larger percentage of alcoholics. So the 82% success was perhaps to be expected. The 50 old people were a typical group. Even the selection of 4 creative ones made less difference than might be expected because there were less than 100 people over 75 in the home. So, comparatively speaking, the success rate was out of all proportion to what might have been expected. Yet this seems at first unexplainable. Old people have lost their expectation for the future. A cured alcoholic might expect to salvage a great deal of his future, perhaps even to achieve great success. Most of the old people in the experiment knew that they would never be likely to leave the home, which was admittedly an exceptionally good one, so why should their relapse rate be so much lower than among alcoholics? Marx made no attempt to explain it, but the explanation that occurred to me was perhaps the most exciting thing about the whole investigation. We know that people gradually lose the will to live as they get older because the future holds less in store by way of excitement or love or discovery. We also tend to assume that they fail to develop in any other way. "Do not talk to me of the wisdom of old age," says T.S. Eliot. But supposing this assumption is mistaken, supposing in fact that the simple process of getting older involves an almost automatic process of maturing, a process of which we remain unaware in most cases because it is counteracted by the running down process. Perhaps this is a case where the ancients knew better than we do. They had a tendency to regard the old as naturally wise. Today the opposite is true. Age is synonymous with senility. But in early societies there would be far more to stimulate the aged. Life would be harder. They would have a more active part to play in tribal life, and so on. The running down process would be slower. Is this also why so many old documents mention very old men, Noah, Methuselah, etc.? The natural wisdom would not be counteracted by the running down process. And again, if this is true, I had to admit that it is a big if, the next step of the argument is even clearer. Man must be closer than he supposes to achieving some of the superhuman attributes. For we have a deeply ingrained idea that old age is merely a running down, as it appears to be in most animals. A turtle does not get wiser for being 200 years old. If it can be definitely shown that there is a process in man working against the running down of old age, then we have proved that there is a basic difference between man and the other animals. The mechanistic view of man falls down. He is not simply a machine that wears out. On another level, he continues to evolve, but his evolution is frustrated by physical decay, which in turn is the outcome of the collapse of the will. Marx's experiments make this latter consequence very clear. The alcoholic is an oversensitive person who is exhausted by the complexity of the modern world. Being exhausted, he ceased to have VEs, so he drinks to induce VEs. He becomes dependent on liquor, ceases to exercise any willpower, and so needs still more liquor to induce VEs. He remains pathetically unaware that it is precisely his abnegation of the will that is preventing him having any VEs. Marx then induces VEs by a far more powerful and effective method than alcohol. The result is a lightning flash of insight into the nature of the VE, that it depends on vitality, health, and willpower. The alcoholic sees that when he thought he was pursuing the VE, he was actually running in the opposite direction. So, he does an about-face and ceases to be an alcoholic. On the evening I received Littleway's letter, I wrote him a 10-page reply setting out these suggestions. From then on, I ceased to bother about medical school and trying to devise experiments to explain the workings of the autolytic enzymes. A week later, Littleway's reply arrived, together with copies of his listener talks, and again I had the sensation of the carpet being pulled from under me. Littleway had already advanced a hypothesis very like my own to account for the result of Marx's experiments. It was in the fourth of his Leith lectures, in which he speaks of the history of vitalism, from Lamarck to Driesch and Bergson, with digressions on Eucken, Eduard von Hartmann, and Whitehead. and ends by asserting that it will be necessary for 20th century biology to return to some form of the vitalist hypothesis. Littleway ends by writing, quote, "The conclusion seems clear. Man is distinguished from the other animals by the intensity of the evolutionary urge that he embodies. He is an evolutionary animal, capable of greater good and greater evil than any other creature, since evil is the outcome of the frustrated evolutionary drive." End quote. And at the beginning of the sixth lecture, he writes, quote, "The vital force is quantitatively different in man. It strives to become qualitatively different. If he could achieve a more or less permanent state of objectivity," he was here referring to Marx's term contemplative objectivity, "the evolutionary impulse would become self-sustaining, self-amplifying." End quote. My first reaction was disappointment. Like Alfred Russel Wallace, I had been repeating the work that someone had already done more efficiently. But when I thought about it, the disappointment changed into a feeling of confidence and optimism. Wallace had reason to be disappointed. The theory of natural selection is an abstract truth that was not going to directly benefit anyone but its discoverer. But if Marx and Littleway were right, the consequences might be practical and immediate. It could be the single greatest discovery in the history of the planet. So I returned with renewed vitality to my books on old age and waited impatiently for Littleway's arrival. Anyone who has been reading this with sympathy must have realized that my feelings about the secret swung from one extreme to another. There were times when I felt so excited that all the world seemed transformed. I would look at the people I passed in the street and think, if only they knew. And there were other times when it seemed that I might be pursuing a dream. For 2 million years, man has been more or less the same kind of creature. His evolution has been social rather than biological. Is modern man really so different from Australopithecus? If you or I were somehow transported back to the Stone Age, would we be so much better off than the Stone Age men? Would we know where to look for iron ore and how to smelt it to make knives? Would we even succeed in starting a fire in the steaming forests? But if the answer to these questions is no, then how can we hope to completely change human nature overnight? When I reasoned like this, I accused myself of becoming a crank, an unscientific visionary, and I would read a few chapters of Popper's Logic of Scientific Discovery as a kind of mental astringent. And then another flash of insight would make it clear that I was onto something important, whether I could feel it or not. And then there were the in-between moods when I studied my books on gerontology. I had pretty well everything published in English, and felt a kind of qualified optimism and a determination not to let myself get carried away by enthusiasm. Early in April, I received a telegram from Littleway asking me if I could meet him for lunch at his club, the Athenaeum. I spent the morning in the reading room, then walked down to Lower Regent Street. It was a bright, clear morning, and I was in my optimistic phase. For the more I thought about Marx's experiments, the more I saw that I had been incredibly lucky. Throughout my teens, I had lived a life of ideas driven by inner purpose. The usual conflict between body and mind had been reduced to a minimum in my case. So with luck, I might become the living proof of my own theory. As to Littleway, I was not sure what I expected. I had read almost every word he had ever published. On the whole, I was disappointed. Much of it was on the philosophy of science, and this was also his approach in the Lathe lectures. So while individual paragraphs seemed to me immensely exciting, it was difficult to see where he was driving. His mind struck me as curiously abstract. I formed a picture of him as a tall, bird-like man with penetrating eyes, a cross between Sherlock Holmes and Wittgenstein. He proved to be short, powerfully built, with the healthy complexion of a farmer. He recognized me immediately. "Ah, so you're Lester. Nice to meet you. Like a beer? There was something energetic, almost boisterous, about him. His voice gave the impression that he would be perfectly happy shouting above the noise of a tractor or combine harvester. His walk had a sort of swing, as if he was setting out for a 20-mile tramp. I am tall and thin and relatively shy, unless carried away by ideas. I said, "That's kind of you, sir." "Better call me Henry. Everybody does. I'll call you Howard, if you don't mind. Pint of draught?" We sat in the corner of the bar and broke the ice by talking about Lyell. By the time we went in for lunch, I felt sufficiently at ease to start talking. As I see it, the problem is to try to carry on Marx's experiments. We need some way of measuring the metabolic rate of aging so as to be able to check how far it can be slowed down. He sliced his way through a huge slab of roast beef. "You're rather more interested in this aging aspect than I am. I don't see it as the immediate problem." "Then what is?" "The biological problem. Have you read Hardy's Living Stream? His suggestion that the genes might be affected by some form of telepathy? That's the sort of thing I'd like to investigate. You see why? Marx's theories about value experiences are all very well. They might be true for psychology, but do they have any meaning for biologists? If they do, it's a shake-up for Darwinism. How would you go about it? Study the gene code. Since Kornberg synthesized DNA at Stanford, there are all kinds of possibilities. If you can duplicate genetic material, it ought to be possible to produce identical specimens to experiment on. You can see the advantage of that. Suppose I experiment with an albino rat to determine how it reacts to frustration, or something of the kind. When my experiment's over, I've learned a certain amount, but I might wish that I'd tried a completely different line of experiment. I'd like to start at the beginning again with the same rat, but I can't because it isn't the same rat anymore. It's changed. And if I use a different rat, I don't know how far its differences are affecting my results. Now I can start all over again with the same rat, or with a fairly exact duplicate. At least that's what I'm hoping. I was interested, yet already I was beginning to feel disappointed. Somehow it wasn't what I'd been hoping. He went on. The same thing with experiments about dominance. What would happen if you put several identical rats together in a cage? Which of them would become dominant, and why? That's one of the things I'd like to discover. Then there's another interesting thing. A few years ago, my daughter had a couple of white mice and a pet hamster. One of the mice was a bold little devil, full of curiosity. The other was one of those mousy mice, shy and nervous. One day the hamster got into their cage and bit the nearest one, turned it upside down and bit its stomach. It died almost immediately, and of course it was the nervous mouse. I was certain of that before I even looked into the cage, but why should I have been so certain? After all, if the other mouse had been nearest, surely it would have died instead. Then I got to brooding about it. Was the shy mouse shy because it got used to being dominated by the other one? Supposing you could have put the shy mouse in a cage with an even shyer mouse, would it develop dominant qualities? There was no way of finding out, because it was dead. But if both mice could be duplicated, you could try all kinds of combinations. He saw my expression of doubt. I suppose you're wondering whether you could really duplicate mice so they were identical? I said, no, that wasn't what I was thinking at all. We broke off while the waiter brought us apple pie and cream, and I arranged my thoughts in order. Then I tried to explain what was bothering me. I told him about Liddell's death and my increasing interest in this problem of death, of my excitement over the last lines of his Leith lectures, that man had reached a turning point in his evolution, about my even greater excitement about Marx's experiments with old people, and now I wanted to attack the problem directly, not in this roundabout way with experiments on mice and albino rats. Littleway ate his pie and listened without saying anything. When I'd finished, he said slowly, I agree with all you've said, but we've got to make a start somewhere. I think you're letting your impatience carry you away. I'm 20 years your senior, and I know things can't be done as easily as that. But how about Marx's experiments? Surely they're a beginning. In a sense, but Marx doesn't see them in the same way that you do. No? Then how does he see them? Well, don't misunderstand me. Of course he's interested in this problem of the evolutionary leap, but at the moment that's not his major interest. He's interested in the kind of values men need to achieve self-expression and the kind of society that could give maximum self-realization to everybody. It's a question of social engineering, if you see what I mean. As we left the club 20 minutes later, he was still trying to explain. Look, don't misunderstand me. I sympathize with your interests, but I can't see any practical way of testing whether your ideas are correct. It seems to me that all you can do at the moment is speculate, and that's all very interesting, but it's only a beginning. By this time, I was feeling too depressed to object. I could see that his mind was, in many ways, more acute than mine. He had a fine eye-to-business approach that reminded me of Lyell, so perhaps he was right, and I was being idealistic. I had to agree that I couldn't think of any way to test my ideas. We parted at the corner of Piccadilly outside Swan and Edgar's, I to return to the museum, he to go to Hampstead, where he was staying with friends. As he was about to climb into the taxi, he said, "Look, I've got things to do in London for the next week. Why don't you come up to Leicester with me when I go there and spend a few days talking it over?" I agreed immediately and walked back to the reading room, feeling more cheerful. If he was willing to allow me into his home, it meant that he couldn't have dismissed me completely as a crank and a time-waster. So it was now up to me to answer his objections, to think out a way of turning my theories into experiments. But how? The more I thought about it, the clearer it seemed to me that Little Way was basically right. Unless I could discover some way of measuring the process of aging with extreme precision, there would be no point in repeating Marx's experiments with old people. He had demonstrated that longevity depends on a sense of purpose, but surely that was obvious enough anyway? Frankl had made the same observation in a concentration camp during the war, that the prisoners with a sense of purpose lived longest. That left the major question. What purpose? By the time I reached the museum, I was miserable and fatigued again. I had expected so much of my meeting with Littleway, and it seemed to be a dead end. I had been reading an article about certain old men in the Caucasus who often lived to be 150 and who attributed their longevity to goat's milk. Now it all seemed such nonsense that I couldn't finish it. I took Shaw's collected plays off the shelf and reread parts of Back to Methuselah. This deepened my depression. I could see why the politicians in the second play are so disappointed by the gospel of the brothers Barnabas. They wanted to be told how they could live to be 300, and all Franklin Barnabas can say is, "It will happen." What is the good of believing it will happen if you've no idea of how to make it happen? By 5 o'clock, I felt exhausted and bored. Instead of going straight back to my room, I walked down Charing Cross Road to the river, then wandered along the embankment to Blackfriars Bridge. This got rid of the headache, but I developed a healthy thirst. So I stopped at a pub in Fleet Street behind the Daily Express building and drank a pint of mixed and ate a sausage roll. The world began to seem more cheerful. I ordered another pint and sat in my corner, watching the journalists coming in and out, feeling pleasantly detached. Then I started to brood on my problem again and realized that it no longer seemed so insoluble. My present state gave me the clue. It was not merely that I was slightly drunk. The 2 pints of beer had only helped dissipate the heaviness left by my lunch. What was important was that my mind was glowing. I had a sense of hovering above the world, the bird's-eye view. The beer had relaxed my body so that it was no longer a nuisance, and my mind had gently detached itself and was floating loose. The sense of urgency had vanished, for I no longer felt identified with my body. I felt identified with my mind, with ideas, with science, with poetry. And then I saw the next great step in my argument. My sense of detachment made me think of Keats and the Ode to the Nightingale. I began to repeat the poem mentally with a delicious sense of sadness and relaxation. My heart aches, and a drowsy numbness pains my sense, as though of hemlock I had drunk. Thinking about the poem made me realize what Keats had done when he wrote it. He had been tired and depressed, then had started to think about the nightingale, and had ended with the sense of detachment, of floating above his personal problems, that I had also induced by drinking 2 glasses of beer. Now I saw that this is the essence of all poetry, particularly of the romantic poetry of the 19th century. Detachment, floating, freedom from one's personal little problems, the sense of wider horizons. And suddenly, like a thunderbolt, the realization fell into my mind so that I felt the roots of my hair stir with it. Of course! That was the whole meaning of the 19th century, of Wordsworth and Keats and Hoffmann and Wagner and Bruckner. Certain people are born evolutionary throwbacks, victims of an atavism less than fully human, and certain people are the opposite. What could one call them? Evolutionary throws forward? Typically, our language contains no word to describe it, but the fact is as clear as daylight. The Romantics represented the next stage in man's evolution, or at least possessed one of its central characteristics, the ability to launch into these strange states of detachment. Could anything be more obvious once one had seen it? The previous century had been an age of solid, earthbound men: Dryden, Swift, Pope, Johnson, Bach, Haydn, even Mozart. And then suddenly, for no apparent reason, you have an age of visionaries, beginning with Blake. But why? Why did Goethe and Coleridge and Wordsworth and Novalis and Berlioz and Schubert and Beethoven have these moments of pure exaltation when man feels godlike? A development of sensibility? How could it be called a development, as if the change had been gradual? No, it was a leap of sensibility, as if there had been a high wall between the 18th and 19th centuries. So what caused it? Could there be some simple cause, perhaps even chemical? A comet composed of psychedelic drugs breaking up in the Earth's atmosphere and affecting the water supplies? Hardly likely. In any case, whatever the cause, there could surely be no doubt that the Romantics and Visionaries were presages of the future, heralds blowing trumpets to announce a new stage in human evolution, a new power in human beings, this power of detachment, of the God's eye view instead of the worm's eye view. At this point, I emptied my glass and went to the counter for another. And as the girl pulled it, I found myself wondering if my great insight was not merely the result of good beer. But how could it be? Johnson and Boswell and Pope and the rest drank as much as we do. More, perhaps. So did Shakespeare and Ben Jonson. So why did we have to wait until the 19th century before men started having these clear glimpses of a godlike state of detachment? Why is there nothing of it even in Shakespeare, as great as he is, or in Milton, with his noble idealism? By the time I finished my 3rd glass, I was distinctly drunk, but it made no difference. I knew that what I had seen was not the result of alcohol. It was clear and obvious as any mathematical intuition. It would still be there in the morning. I strolled back through Soho and decided to stop for a meal. I ate lobster thermidor at Wheeler's with a glass of lager, then took a taxi back to my room. I kept bringing my mind back to my insight and examining it again. Each time, I felt the deep satisfaction of seeing that it was solid and real, no will-o'-the-wisp. The proof was that I could think about it clearly in spite of a state of exalted alcoholism. Then I found myself asking, what about Littleway? What would I say to him? And the answer was perfectly clear. I would explain my insight. If he understood it, well and good. If not, it hardly mattered. Let him grub away in his laboratory trying to produce identical twin rats. I had better things to do. If necessary, I could work alone. There were worse things in the world than being alone. I woke in the morning with a slight headache, but without the feeling of guilt that usually accompanies my hangovers, and the insight was still there. If anything, it had deepened. I ate a hasty breakfast and hurried to the museum. I kept a portable typewriter in my typing room. There I made my first attempt to get my ideas onto paper. I wrote in a state of intense excitement, so much so that I worked from 10 in the morning until closing time, 4:45, without a break for food. And all the time I kept asking myself, what would Alec Lyell feel if he could read this over my shoulder? I suspected he would find it unscientific, yet he would not be entirely unsympathetic. It was he who had introduced me to Poincaré's essay on mathematical creation and to Hadamard's psychology of invention in the mathematical field. He was particularly fond of using the anecdote of Kekulé's dream of snakes biting their own tails that revealed to him the ring structure of organic molecules. He understood the importance of allowing the intuitions free rein, and so I wrote on for 3 days, producing about 25 pages a day. There would be no point in summarizing this paper. It is available in several editions, but I must mention a few of its basic points. I began by quoting Littleway's words from the end of the Leith lectures. Then I spoke of Elgar and Delius, two composers of whom Lyell had been particularly fond. This was one of his few tastes that I found difficult to share during his lifetime. I found both composers feeble and sentimental, but after his death they began to evoke a certain nostalgia, and I finally became an enthusiast. Then it struck me that they are both the perfect symbolic expression of Romanticism. Both are suffused with the consciousness of beauty and the sadness that goes with it. And how obvious this now seemed to me, how inevitable. Man is normally trapped in the trivialities of his everyday life, scarcely able to see beyond the end of his nose. But in certain moments of beauty he relaxes, his soul expands, he sees distant horizons, of time as well as space. His mind overflows with beauty, for what is beauty but this sudden expansion of consciousness into other times, other places, the delightful relaxation of tension, accompanied by the realization that man is not really himself unless he is contemplating immense vistas. But at the same time, he becomes aware of the amount of tragedy and suffering that has gone into producing the world's great music and poetry. And the sense of tragedy is not due only to the thought of the men of genius who died too soon, Mozart, Schubert, Keats, and so on. It is just as strong when we think of those who achieved complete self-expression, Leonardo, Haydn, Beethoven, Einstein. For it is the tragedy of man's smallness, his inadequacy, when compared to the greatness he can achieve in creativity. Every day, as I wrote, new discoveries came to me. For example, one of my most important insights came in the thoroughly prosaic setting of the men's lavatory outside the reading room. I find that when I am mentally tired, it becomes difficult to urinate if someone is standing close to me. Their presence causes a tension that prevents the necessary relaxation. One day after this had occurred, it suddenly came to me, what is the mechanism that governs these physical functions? If I wish to open and close my hand, it seems to happen spontaneously, with no effort of will. In the case of our excretory functions, we are aware of a certain time lapse between giving the order and the body's response to it. Then it struck me that this prosaic activity of ridding ourselves of waste matter is as mysterious as the sudden inspirations of the poet or the visions of mystics. Sometimes it happens easily and spontaneously, sometimes not. And then, with a flash of insight that made my hair tingle, I realized that the two processes are identical. The reason I find it difficult to urinate with someone beside me is simple. Their presence reminds me of my own existence. I need to forget myself if my body is to function properly. It is obviously the same mechanism I had observed on the boat when I felt sick. Power comes from otherness. Otherness plays the same part in urinating as in producing poetry. But the corollary was the most exciting part. If this is true, then could we not learn to produce great poetry as easily as to urinate? We would count a man seriously ill if he was unable to excrete or urinate. Why do we not count him ill when his mind is dull and uninspired? Mystical vision should be as natural to men as excreting. Then why is it not? Is this what the Christian Church meant by its legend of original sin? I wrote in a fever, for now I had glimpsed this possibility. It all seems so obvious. Why do men die? Death is not natural. There was a time in the history of the earth when death did not exist, the time of primitive worms and amoebas. Instead of dying, the amoeba simply divides into two. It does not die, but its life is one of total stagnation. Death brought individuality into the world and the struggle for existence. And this struggle brought evolution. If you place a gun against a man's head, he suddenly knows very clearly that he wants to live. Death is the gun placed against the head of all living creatures, the goad of evolution. And then the solution came to me. If a bank robber points his gun at the clerk, he does not use it so long as the clerk does what he wants. At this point in my writing, I could not go on. I was too excited. I needed to speak to somebody or simply to walk. Since there was no one to talk to, I pulled on my coat and walked. It was a windy day with a chill in the air, and I wandered around Russell Square, my hands deep in my overcoat pockets, muttering to myself. Precisely. Death comes to those who ignore the gun, who have ceased to struggle. But how can this be true? So many people who love life die in agony. No, to say that death only comes to those who cease to struggle is untrue. The nature and direction of the struggle is all important. Chicago gangsters struggled violently enough and died violently, but they were only struggling for money and power. The consequences of this thought seemed so revolutionary that I stopped and stared blankly in front of me. Scientists have always declared that morals and religion are the business of non-scientists. Nature is immoral and irreligious, and science knows nothing about right and wrong. But if I was correct, then nature is as interested in right and wrong as the saints or moralists were. While man climbs the evolutionary stairway, he is immune from death. I remembered Bartók's Miraculous Mandarin ballet, in which the mandarin cannot be killed while his desire for the courtesan is still unsatisfied, although he has been stabbed repeatedly. I remembered the dogs that used to hang around Sneinton when Lady Jane's dog was in heat, apparently indifferent to wind and snow and the need for food, lying on the lawn for days on end. Why? Because sex is the most primitive form of the evolutionary appetite. What is it, then, that destroys the evolutionary urge in man? The same thing, for example, that weakens a man's sexual urge after he is married. Habit. Repetition and triviality. His horizons narrow. He descends from the mountaintop into the valley, but the will feeds on enormous vistas. Deprived of them, collapses. In that case, the first man to develop this evolutionary faculty for otherness, for that superb contemplative detachment that I had experienced in the pub, would also be the first immortal, or at least the first man with the real power to resist the erosion of death. In that case, the problem was clear. Experiments on rats and all the rest might be useful and interesting, but they were not really relevant. What we needed to do was not to experiment on rats, but on poets and philosophers. In fact, on ourselves. A few days later, I met Littleway by appointment in the bar at St. Pancras Station, and we took a train for Leicester. He looked tired, and I watched him drink 3 large scotches quickly before we boarded the train. He admitted that he hated London, that meeting people and keeping appointments exhausted him. He sat staring out of the window as the train pulled out of St. Pancras. We had a first-class carriage to ourselves and said gloomily, "I suppose that's why people become scientists. They can't stand the chaos of the ordinary world." I produced my manuscript and handed it to him. He started to push it into his briefcase, then changed his mind, obviously feeling that I would be disappointed unless he at least glanced at it. So he opened it and read a few pages, looking as if he were sucking a lemon. I could imagine what he was feeling. What on earth's this speculative rubbish? But he read on, and suddenly I noticed the signs of interest. He looked up at me, nodded briefly, then went on reading, this time more slowly. After a while, he put the manuscript on his knee and stared out of the window again. "It's an interesting idea. Worth saying. I've been thinking along similar lines myself, although..." After another 5 minutes of brooding, "You see, what you are suggesting is that these value experiences can actually reverse the direction of human metabolism. I don't see how we can verify that or otherwise, but it sounds unlikely offhand. I mean, human metabolism is like entropy. It runs down. It's against all the laws of nature to think of it running in the opposite direction. Well, what about the rats and the diet of ecstasy?" "Yes, but that's quite straightforward. I mean, everybody knows that your morale affects your health, but even if you learn to induce ecstasy at will, there'd be no way of actually measuring whether human beings cease to age so quickly." He looked at my essay again. "And this list of mathematicians and philosophers who've lived to be 80 or so, I could cite you dozens who only reached the average age or died young. How about Eddington? He died at 62. And Jeans, he didn't reach 70. I knew them both. Even Einstein only reached about 75. Now, if anyone ought to prove the truth of your theory, it should be Einstein." "I don't deny that. All the same, you can't ignore the statistics. It's statistically true that mathematicians live longer than other men." He read on for the next hour and finished the essay. When he laid it down, he said, "Yes, you've got something, but I'm damned if I can think of any way to verify it. I can't think up a single experiment that would prove or disprove all you've said here. Now my experiments with mice..." He described an experiment that a colleague had performed to discover whether dominance among mice was dependent on physical size. It wasn't. Several mice were put together in a cage, and the usual struggle for dominance began, tail biting and so on, until one of them emerged as the leader. He was not physically the largest mouse, just the most vital. The mice were then fed on a vitamin-deficient diet until they starved to death. The dominant mouse lived longest, although it was not physically stronger than the others. This was verified after repeated experiments. On the other hand, if the dominant mouse was removed from the others and starved in a separate cage, it tended to die sooner. The experiment seemed to me unnecessarily cruel, but I knew enough of the way a scientist's mind works not to say so to Littleway. Obviously, the leader mouse's morale was raised by being among other mice that he dominated. Left alone in a cage, his morale sank. I could see Littleway's point. The question of giving a man or a mouse purpose is such a delicate one. It depends on so many different factors. You can't give him courage in the way you can give him chicken pox by injecting him with the virus. It depends so much on his own will. All the same, Little Way said. "You've got something here. I'll get this copied and send it to Marks. He'll be fascinated, and perhaps he can think up some way of testing it." A car met us at Leicester Station. As we drove out to Great Glen, 7 miles away, he said, "I should explain to you, my brother Roger also lives in the house, admittedly in his own part. He's, quite unlike me. You'll find him rather odd. He's all right, though," he asked the man who drove us, who turned out to be the gardener chauffeur. "How is Mr. Roger, Fred?" "Oh, the same as ever. He don't alter much." I sensed heavy irony in the comment. Langton Place, Little Way's home, was half a mile beyond the village, an attractive place in red brick that had obviously been a vicarage. The lawns and flower beds were beautifully kept. It was smaller than Sneinton, although surprisingly roomy inside. Little Way pointed at a wing that had been built on to the south side of the house. "My brother lives in there." The man who strolled across the lawn to meet us was at first sight unprepossessing, tall with sandy hair and a freckled face that had no interesting features except a large nose. He wore dirty tennis flannels and sandals with a broken strap. He said, "Hello, my dear fellow," and scarcely acknowledged his introduction to me. Then, without asking Little Way anything about his work or travels, he immediately launched into an account of some disagreement with a local farmer about a tree he wanted to cut down. There was a cold supper waiting for us inside. Over the meal, I found myself thoroughly disliking Roger Little Way. He had a drawling, disconnected way of talking with sudden silences that made it sound as if he couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath. The questions he asked his brother were about American manners and habits. "Are the Americans really getting more materialistic and corrupt under Johnson?" Little Way said he had no idea. He didn't pay any attention to such matters, but he doubted it. Roger shrugged in a tired way, then said to me, "Typical Henry. He never notices anything, just generalizes. If you asked him if it was snowing outside, he'd take out his slide rule and say, 'I doubt it.'" Little Way smiled good-naturedly and said, "That's not true, you know." He smiled in the same way when Roger said, "I heard of your Leith lectures, or at least 2 of them. Lot of old rubbish." When Roger asked what I intended to do at Langton Place, I expected Little Way to put him off with some vagary, but that was not his way. He began to explain my ideas in a careful, painstaking way, and I sat and writhed as I watched Roger's expression of boredom and amusement, and when Little Way had finished, Roger turned to me and said, "It's complete nonsense, of course. If ecstasy prolongs human life, the Romantics ought to have lived longer than anybody. Do you know the music of Scriabin?" I said I did, and he looked surprised. In fact, made it insultingly obvious that he doubted my word. "Anyway, there's a case in point. The music's all ecstasy. He even called his 3rd symphony Poème d'Extase." "It wasn't his 3rd, it was his 4th, I said. He looked startled, and for the first time looked at me with a kind of respect. "Of course, how stupid of me. Anyway, he died quite young. So did Delius, another composer who's all ecstasy. So did Wagner, for that matter. No, your idea just doesn't hold water." I disliked his superior manner so much that I decided not to argue. I only said that I thought that there were special reasons that explained the life failure in these composers. Roger said, yawning, "Oh, yes, I expect you can find special reasons to explain everybody who doesn't fit your theory." In some ways, he reminded me of Aubrey Lyell, but without Aubrey's charm. Instead, he was aggressive and boorish. After supper, Little Way took me to see his laboratory at the bottom of the garden, a large concrete building. It was here that he had done the work on the brain that made his reputation after the war. I was fascinated by his electroencephalograph and by his own apparatus for measuring brain waves. His work on inducing epileptic fits by means of the electronic stroboscope is now in general use in treating epileptics. His work on perception in dogs with brain injuries has also achieved classic status, although again I have to admit to feeling squeamish about some of his experimental methods. He demonstrated the encephalograph to me and also showed me various visual illusions that he had been using in his more recent work in transactional psychology. At 10 o'clock, we went back to the house, and Littleway said he was tired and intended to go to bed. I said I would probably do the same, but at this point Roger reappeared and asked me if I would like to see his stereophonic equipment. It seemed hardly polite to refuse. Littleway said, "Don't keep him too late. He's tired," and went off to bed. I followed Roger Littleway through a green baize door into his own wing of the house. The furniture was modern and expensive, as well as pleasant to look at. The paintings on the walls showed good taste. He told me they were mostly by Midlands artists. His sound equipment was magnificent. He played me the latest recording of Parsifal at top volume while I lay back in a reclining armchair, feeling slightly foolish and nervous. After that, he played me the love scene from Debussy's Pelléas. He had the windows wide open, and the smell of flowers and freshly cut grass came in. I asked if the volume of the music wouldn't disturb anyone. He shrugged. "Anyone who's kept awake by it should be grateful. Now, if you were kept awake by an electric drill, that'd be different." He stood staring out into the night. The moon had risen over the trees. "Yes, it's very peaceful here, but as usual, the peace hides a great deal of nastiness." "You mean this local farmer?" "Oh, no, he's nasty enough, but there are far worse things. A village girl was raped and murdered last week only half a mile from here. Oddly enough, she was found in almost the same spot where another girl was murdered in 1895. He was now on to his favorite topic, vice and scandal, preferably mixed with sadism. For the next hour he talked of little else, telling me about the history of the area in a way that made it sound like the brothel quarter of Port Said. Vicars and choir boys, masochistic scoutmasters, incestuous farm laborers, even a sadistic dairymaid who was finally kicked to death by a cow. I listened politely, completely bored, but in a way rather pleased that I had his measure. After this, he began to tell me about his collection of pornography, which he ended by showing me. It was certainly remarkable, although in a way it struck me as harmless enough, an edition of Burns's bawdy songs with woodcuts, a French edition of Fanny Hill with 19th century illustrations that lacked realism, de Sade in the Olympia Press editions, and so on. Before I left, he even asked me cautiously if I would be interested in visiting a certain house in Leicester. I said politely that I found science more interesting than sex. He didn't seem offended, only smiled and said something about Joseph and Potiphar's wife. As I lay in bed feeling slightly soiled, as if I had been in contact with a contagious disease, I suddenly remembered his comments about Scriabin and Delius. A sudden feeling of delight rose in me like a bubble, and the bad taste vanished from my mouth. Of course he'd think my ideas nonsense. What could be more disastrous than such a person living indefinitely? Charity was all very well, but the sooner the earth was rid of him, the better. He might have a decent side to his nature, most people have, but his interests were entirely trivial and personal and squalid. I realized that this thought was not exactly new to me. I had even written something close to it in my essay. Yet this was one of those occasions when it seemed to explode like a flare, becoming the center of my attention, completely self-evident. There's a perfectly good reason that most people die fairly early. Their presence would only encumber the earth. As people are today, there is no earthly reason why they should live beyond 70. 70 would suffice for most of them. And then I saw clearly, for the first time, the tremendous moral issue involved in this whole business of longevity. I also faced its consequence. If, by any chance, I should ever discover any certain method of increasing human life, it would need to be kept a secret, because the people who would benefit would be the wrong people, the power lovers, the bosses of giant corporations, the fat, rich women with a holiday home in Cannes and another in Jamaica. This statement might seem to contradict my earlier observation that evolution favors only those who have the genuinely disinterested urge to evolve. This is true, but only of evolution left to itself. Marx's experiment with old people, for example, had extended the life terms of most of them, and it could do the same for an overtired businessman or a self-indulgent millionairess suffering from nerves. While I had, and still have, nothing against overtired businessmen, an instinct told me that the correct procedure here was to begin with a small and carefully selected group and ignore accusations of elitism. I fell asleep thinking uneasily about a world in which the gangsters and dictators and sexual degenerates could live to be 100 or so, but I was too tired to let it worry me. Oddly enough, it was Roger Littleway who showed us the method we had been searching for. I had been at Langton Place for 3 days, and Littleway and I had some fruitful discussions. We were eating a light lunch in the laboratory when Roger strolled in without knocking. He said, "I've heard something that might interest you." Littleway obviously thought it unlikely, but told him to sit down. "I should have remembered this at supper the other night. There's a young chap over at Houghton who got his head in a combine harvester, pierced the top of his skull and went into his brain. Oddly enough, it didn't kill him, but he lost a lot of this sort of liquid." He tapped the top of his skull. "Cerebrospinal fluid." "Yes, and ever since then, he's in a perpetual state of ecstasy. Can't do any work, but he has visions or something." Neither of us was immediately excited. It sounded promising, but we both had a feeling that it might turn out to be less interesting than it seemed. Roger said that he'd heard about it in a pub. It was now 2:00, half an hour before closing time. So I drove Littleway over to Houghton on the Hill, a small village on the Uppingham Road. Littleway went in alone. I didn't drink at lunchtime, and came out a few minutes later. Roger had been accurate for once. The case was more or less as he'd described it, and the laborer, a youth named Dick O'Sullivan, lived in a cottage in the village with his wife. We went to the address, a farm laborer's cottage attached to a farm. A rather pretty girl opened the door. Littleway introduced himself and asked if her husband was at home. She said he wasn't, but asked us in, obviously impressed by Littleway. It was a dingy place, although tidy enough, and we sat in threadbare armchairs and asked her to describe the accident. The topic obviously depressed her, and she started to cry almost as soon as she began to talk. We got her to make tea, after which she relaxed. Littleway had a bedside manner that would have been worth thousands a year to a doctor. She told us that her husband had had his accident 9 months earlier, and a few weeks after their marriage. Before this, he had worked for the local farmer at a good wage and was known as one of the best workers in the village. His only weakness was for rough cider. One lunchtime during haymaking, he had taken a pint too many. The accident occurred immediately after lunch. His head was trapped between the moving belt and a metal guard, and one of the spikes penetrated the top of his skull. They had turned the machine off immediately in time to save him from becoming completely jammed in it, but it looked as if it would be impossible to move him without killing him. Finally, with some difficulty, they sawed through the metal guard and gently removed him. He was unconscious, of course, and his hair was soaked with a mixture of blood and cerebrospinal fluid, the liquid that cushions the brain and in which it might be said to float. Rushed to hospital, he was unconscious for 2 days, and the doctors predicted that the brain injury would result in his death within a short period. In fact, he woke up perfectly cheerful, complaining only of a headache. There was a hole in the top of his skull and a 2-inch crack running down to his right ear. His family were allowed in to see him, but all were warned not to tell him the extent of the injury. To everyone's surprise, he seemed to know about it, even to the length of the crack. He then looked at his father and said, "You think I'm going to die within a week, don't you?" His father had been told this by the doctor, but none of the others knew. It was not until afterwards, when they compared notes and talked with the nurse, that it struck them that there was something odd about it all. The nurse swore that she had not mentioned the crack in the skull, and no one had mentioned dying. Who had told him? His wife went to visit him that evening and asked him. "Nobody told me," he said. "They didn't need to. I just knew." The next day, one of the other patients stopped by the room to talk to him. As he left, O'Sullivan remarked, "Poor old boy." "Why?" the nurse asked. "He's going out this afternoon. He'll be dead by tomorrow." That night, the man died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Examples of his second sight multiplied, but it seemed to function erratically. He accurately foretold that the father of one of the nurses would break his leg, yet failed to foresee that his own mother would almost die of influenza. He told a brother that he would win a large sum of money on the football pools. In fact, the brother won a small sum at the Greyhound track. At other times, he simply had a vague premonition that something was about to happen to somebody, but he had no idea of whom or what. An X-ray photograph showed that the brain had been penetrated by the spike, but the patient showed no sign of it. His memory seemed unimpaired, and his coordination remained excellent, but his temperament changed completely. He had been athletic and vital, given to displays of physical strength or skill, and to practical jokes. Now he became dreamy and lethargic. He had always been good-tempered and generous. Now he positively radiated benevolence and affection, so that several nurses burst into tears the day he left the hospital. He had been completely uninterested in any form of relaxation except sport. Now he lost all interest in sport, but would sway about in a rapturous way if there was music on the radio. After a 4-month convalescence, the doctors pronounced him well enough to work, although he was warned that any violent exertion might damage his brain. But he had no inclination for exertion of any kind. Work obviously bored him. He did it badly, with no attempt at thoroughness. The farmer liked him, but finally had to give him a job watching the sheep and bringing the cows in to milk. He seemed incapable of anything else. And now, his wife said, they had been told that the cottage was needed for a new laborer, and that her husband would have to accept a large reduction in pay if he was to work for the same farmer. She was 4 months pregnant and frightened about the future. Littleway cheered her. He told her that he wanted to study her husband's case, and that he would pay him a wage and give him a cottage to live in. He could have a job helping the gardener after we had finished our studies. She was so delighted that she wanted to rush to her mother-in-law's house to tell him immediately. We drove her there and went in with her. Her husband was sitting in the garden in a deck chair. He rose to greet us shyly. He had obviously been strikingly good-looking in a bucolic sort of way, but his face had become thin and lined. He walked with one shoulder slightly higher than the other, the only observable consequence of the accident. His smile was absolutely charming, baby-like and innocent. And as we talked to him, he kept nodding as he stared past us, over the stream that ran at the bottom of the garden. He gave me the feeling that he was watching or listening for something that we could not see or hear. Later on, I realized he was simply listening to the sound of the water, which sent him into a kind of ecstatic trance. He made no kind of objection to our arrangement, and we agreed to fetch him to Langton Place the next morning and arrange for the removal of his furniture later in the week. They owed money in the village, and Littleway left enough to pay the debts. On our way home, he said, "This confirms a theory of mine. I always suspected that the pressure of the cerebrospinal fluid on the brain helps to keep us down to earth. I heard of a man who drilled a hole in his head because he wanted to stay permanently high, and apparently it worked to some extent." You think this farm laborer's in a more or less permanent state of poetic ecstasy, then? I'm not yet sure, but I suspect something of the kind. We don't yet know enough about the human brain and its states of intensity. For example, I think that drugs like mescaline and LSD have some effect on the midbrain, the part of the brain that gives us detachment, that enables us to see things down the wrong end of a telescope, as you put it. We pay for this detachment in the usual way, with a feeling of non-involvement, as if there's a pane of glass between us and the world. LSD destroys this detachment. Suddenly you're there, involved in things, and things suddenly have a sensual texture instead of the clean detachment of visual experience. I suspect that's all that's happened to this young man. How about the second sight? Do you think it's genuine? Oh, I'm sure it is. I've seen too much of it to be skeptical about such things. I had an Irish nurse who always knew when anyone in the family was going to be ill. I've seen Richardson's, the gardener's, dog stand with his hair on end, growling at a corner of the room where Mrs. Richardson used to keep a pet spaniel in its basket until it got run over. You think it was the ghost of the spaniel? I don't really believe in ghosts. Perhaps simply the imprint of the spaniel's personality on the corner of the room. It was a jealous little creature. Most animals seem to possess second sight. I'm afraid the prevalence of it among the Irish hardly argues a very high place for them on the evolutionary ladder. Well, couldn't it mean the opposite? After all, how do we know we shan't all develop telepathy one of these days? Perhaps. After supper, we discussed in detail how we might conduct the investigation into Dick O'Sullivan's personality changes, and we spent some hours preparing for his arrival. The next morning, early, we drove back to Houghton and fetched the O'Sullivans. He sat in the car on the way back, staring out of the window with the same childlike excitement I had noticed the day before, occasionally singing to himself. His wife was obviously happy, and their mood communicated itself to us. When we stopped the car, I went to the back door to let them out. Mrs. O'Sullivan climbed out, but her husband sat still, staring with a rapt expression at the flower beds. Finally, as if hypnotized, he obeyed us and followed us into the house. In the hall, he shivered suddenly and said, "Somebody died here." "A lot of people," Littleway said. "The house is very old." "No, here," O'Sullivan said, pointing to the floor. Roger, who came out of the other room, said, "There's a legend that a man was killed by 2 burglars over in that corner." O'Sullivan said dreamily, "Yes, 2 men did it. They hit him with sticks weighted with lead, but it was just here. His wife saw it from the stairs." Roger was looking with interest at Nancy O'Sullivan. At this moment, her husband seemed to notice him for the first time, and he immediately drew away. I was watching him closely, and it was an interesting gesture, far too swift and immediate to be the result of some train of thought. It was more like a man snatching his hand away from a dog that snaps at him. Roger noticed it too, but he pretended not to. He said, "Have you had breakfast?" "There's still plenty left. Do come in." Nancy O'Sullivan was obviously charmed. I could never understand why. Her husband responded to the friendly tone, but obviously mistrusted Roger on sight. We all went into the breakfast room. There was a bookcase in one corner which contained several novels and some American paperbacks with bright covers. Instantly, Dick forgot his dislike for Roger and rushed over to stare at them. He said, "Gor, ain't they pretty?" But his voice was almost a whisper. His wife said, "He likes colors. He stands and looks at my old party dress sometimes, just like that." Littleway and I were looking at the expression on Dick's face. We both had the same thought, that we had found someone who could plunge into ecstasy at a moment's notice. Here was a Wordsworth without the power of self-expression, a Traherne who could only say, "Gor, ain't it pretty?" Littleway's published account of our 6 months with Richard O'Sullivan has become a classic of parapsychology, and it would be pointless to repeat its details here, but I must admit that I would find it difficult to describe our observations at any length. I look back on it as a defeat. What Littleway fails to mention in his book is that Roger seduced Nancy before she had been in the house a week. Her husband, whom we called Dick from the beginning, as you would call a child by its Christian name, knew about it. His attitude was strange. I don't think he minded her being unfaithful in the least. If one spent any time with him, it was impossible to doubt that he was high most of the time. This made him a little tiresome as a companion, like a drunk. Everything delighted him. It obviously cost him an effort to answer our questions and perform the small tasks we set him. If we pressed him with questions, a stubborn, petulant expression would settle on his face. Then suddenly he would shout, "Look!" and jump to his feet to point at a butterfly that had settled on a flower outside the window. At other times, he would sink into a kind of trance for hours, looking completely contented. Our experiments were designed to test whether this state of contentment made any difference to his general health. Before his accident, he had suffered from asthma and winter colds, but had otherwise been exceptionally healthy. Since the accident, the asthma had disappeared completely, and he seemed almost immune from colds. We decided to begin our experiments by giving him a cold. Littleway procured cold germs from the Birmingham Research Center, and we injected him with a fairly strong dose. Within 12 hours, his eyes and nose were streaming. We gave him ordinary treatment, aspirin, vitamin C, hot milk, and the cold disappeared in 9 days. He took the cold very much in his stride, and it seemed to make no difference to his appreciation of music and vivid colors. He enjoyed hearing music played very loud. We used Roger's stereo equipment for this, but would complain of a headache after a while and became very pale. We learned from his mother that he had always been happy at Christmas time. He loved Christmas cards with pictures of snow and robins and mail coaches. He loved the sound of bells, and his favorite Christmas carol was a cheap, popular tune called "Snowy White Snow and Jingle Bells," with words as nauseatingly sentimental as its title. He was particularly fond of a toy made of a glass globe containing imitation snowflakes in water, with a small cottage and some trees. When shaken, the snow seemed to fall gently around the cottage. Our first experiments paralleled those that Marx had done with his alcoholics and the old people. A room in the house was turned into a cinema. When Dick's second cold was at its height, so that he had to blow his nose every few minutes, we gave him a cinema show built around the idea of Christmas. Scenes of gently falling snow against a dark blue sky, cottages with lighted windows, Christmas trees, cherubs in white night dresses singing "Holy Night," and finally a gramophone record of "Snowy White Snow and Jingle Bells." I found the whole thing more moving than I had expected, since I had arranged most of the show myself, but I was quite unprepared for the effect on Dick. It was light enough to watch his reactions closely. If his body had been made of sugar, it would have dissolved on the floor. I could almost see waves of emotion flowing over him, until he was obviously totally unaware of his surroundings. The expression on his face became so completely innocent that I felt obscurely ashamed to be manipulating his feelings in this way. It was an interesting sight. I wished we had filmed his reactions. It was like watching time flow backward, watching an adult turn into a child, as in a film of Wilde's Dorian Gray. I had seen the hero shrivel and become wrinkled and old. There was an effect of magical transformation. It brought back my own childhood with such intensity that I became incapable of accurate observation for 5 minutes or more. It was all I could do to prevent myself from betraying my emotion by sniffing. Finally, when I could see clearly again, I found that Dick himself was crying, so that it must have been impossible for him to see the screen. I blew my nose hard before the film came to an end. Littleway switched on the lights. Dick sat completely still for perhaps 5 minutes. Then he seemed to become aware of us. He jumped up, grasped my hand and Littleway's in a convulsive grip that hurt, and said with great conviction, "You're both good men. You're good men." It cost me an effort to produce a thermometer to take his temperature. Predictably, his temperature had increased. But in the morning, the cold had almost disappeared. It seemed incredible. It should have reached its third stage of hoarse voice, sore throat, the thickening of nasal mucus, and so on. Instead, it was as if the clock had been put forward several days. 24 hours later, it had disappeared completely. We restrained the impulse to congratulate one another. It could have been a fluke. Perhaps the cold germs had been weak. Perhaps he had built up a resistance from the last cold. The experiment would have to be repeated in another week or so. In the meantime, we pressed on with other experiments. I think neither of us had any doubt that it was no fluke or accident. I had seen Dick's face during the film show and after. He had relived childhood innocence, perhaps with an intensity never actually achieved in childhood, and the result was a total certainty of universal goodness, complete affirmation. Any Christian scientist would have predicted the result, the immediate recovery from the cold. During the next 3 months, Dick allowed us to experiment on him with colds, nettle rash, mumps, and German measles. The results of the first experiment were confirmed, up to a point. We discovered that the value experiences we induced also had the effect of exhausting him. They left him emotionally drained. This meant that physical exhaustion might counteract the effect of the emotional intensity. Even so, the results were spectacular. We were constantly in touch with Marks, who was wildly excited and wanted both of us to fly to New York to read a paper to the American Psychological Association. Littleway declined, saying the experiment was only half completed. Towards the end of August, Dick became listless and began to complain of headaches. We decided to suspend the experiments for a few weeks. We'd been using a black room to hasten his recovery in between experiments. He would sleep for 30 or 40 hours in the total silence and darkness and wake up refreshed. Now the black room seemed to have no effect. We both wondered if some germ could be lingering in his system. On September 10th, we took him to Leicester City General Hospital for a thorough physical checkup. An X-ray revealed that he was suffering from a brain tumor. We were both shattered, although the surgeon assured us that, from the size of the tumor, it must have been present before we began the experiments. We both had the same suspicion that the experiments that had accelerated his recovery from colds and measles had also accelerated the development of the tumor. Littleway has written about the next 6 weeks in his book, but I must confess I find the subject too painful. I find it hard to write even this brief account. I was fond of Dick, of course. We both were, but I had also been certain that he was the proof of my theory. It had all seemed perfect. Because of his accident, he was in a perpetual VE state. There was no need to give him mescaline or LSD. All our experiments confirmed Marx's results. Illnesses that should have taken weeks to throw off were thrown off in days. I used to find myself staring at him as he walked around the garden, wondering if we could devise some means of actually measuring his metabolism to prove that it had been slowed down, that it was actually reversed in his value experiences. And I suppose there were the usual daydreams about being the savior of the human race and so on. Now it all dissolved. According to my theory, a brain tumor should have been impossible. I believed, as I still do, that cancers are the result of a sudden drop in vitality that allows a certain part of the human body to proliferate as a separate organism, provided some other irritant, a bruise, for example, can give it a hold. Value experiences have the effect of raising the vitality. How otherwise could they hasten recovery from illness? In that case, how could value experience lead to cancer? It was absurd, totally self-contradictory, unless my whole theory was nonsense. I stayed on at Langton Place until Dick died in late October, but we did no work. Littleway, of course, was less depressed than I was. He felt that the results of our experiments were important in spite of the brain tumor and was inclined to accept that the tumor was the result of the original accident. He also pointed out that a cancer is of a completely different nature from a virus illness. I was unconvinced. I knew the report that recognized the connection between low vitality and cancer. It pointed out that even among young people, students, and so on, cancer tends to be associated with long-term depression or fatigue. Roger Littleway wasn't in the least surprised when he heard about the tumor. He didn't actually say, "I told you so," but one day he took the trouble to write out a list of men of genius who have died of cancer, tuberculosis, and so on. He asserted that the experiences of ecstasy, far from increasing men's vitality, tend to lower it and make everyday life intolerable. Delius, the poet of ecstasy, had died blind and paralyzed. Ramakrishna, the Hindu mystic, was able to induce samadhi, ecstatic value experiences, merely by repeating the name of the Divine Mother, yet he died of a cancer of the throat. When not working, Littleway was a fairly heavy drinker. He could absorb most of a bottle of whiskey in an evening without showing an effect. I also began to drink rather too much again. We visited Dick in hospital several times a week, and I always found it an ordeal. He was as gentle as ever and obviously felt strongly attached to myself and Littleway. This was harder to bear than reproaches. In mid-October, he went into a coma and was seldom fully conscious after that. Littleway suggested that there was no point in visiting him, since he was no longer able to recognize us, and was paralyzed from the waist down. By this time, I had entered the masochistic phase, and my increasing detestation of Roger Littleway increased the emotional unbalance. Under the guise of friendly concern, he gave me lectures about the importance of being a human being instead of a thinking machine, etc. Like most confused and weak people, he felt that his own messy emotional life was the human norm, and that clear thinking was a dangerous form of hubris. Normally, this kind of stupidity would have left me untouched. It would have been dismissed automatically as soon as I settled down to work. The active human mind was intended to flow like a river, and like running water, it has no time to stagnate. Emotional poisons, feelings of humiliation, envy, detestation, are carried away by the flow. If the flow is dammed, sickness and stagnation follow quickly. This is what happened to me in the 2 months Dick took to die. Roger Littleway encouraged Nancy to believe that our experiments had caused the tumor, and she became openly hostile. Her attitude increased my depression because I suspected she was right. Writing about defeat bores me, so I shall hurry over the events of the next week or so. Dick died under drugs. I left Langton Place and went back to the cottage in Essex. During November, I saw almost no one. Groceries were delivered to the cottage. It rained continuously, and one night a storm broke in the wooden shutters and flooded the downstairs rooms. I felt completely emotionally exhausted, drained of feeling, and found it hard to believe I could ever again feel interest in anything. In late November, I hit rock bottom. I can remember staring at the sea and wondering how long it would take to drown. I walked on the beach one gray, icy afternoon and decided that I lacked the courage to walk into the sea. It seemed absurd that something in me obviously clung to life, and yet I felt a total lack of interest in my own existence. The damage to the cottage was repaired sooner than I had expected, but when I looked at the sitting room after the windows and shutters had been replaced, I felt only indifference. What did it matter whether it was 6 inches deep in seawater or dry? Its dryness gave me no pleasure. But the day after this, I felt a renewal of interest in my essay on longevity. I read it through in a desultory kind of way and tried to reason out where I had gone wrong. I could not, but the rereading had made me feel that I was not entirely wrong. That afternoon, it was the 2nd of December, was sunny and the sea was fairly calm. I had turned the settee to the window and I was half lying on it, my back propped by a pillow with a blanket over my leg. I remember that the oil fire made a gentle but irregular roaring noise, which had irritated me in the depth of my depression. I stared at the sea, trying to understand where I had gone wrong in my essay. Then I looked across the room at the bookcase. The sunlight shone on the backs of the books. They were mostly American paperbacks in bright colors, classics of science, a few volumes on music, some history and archaeology, a volume of Whitehead's Adventure of Ideas. The sunlight on the bright paper covers produced a sense of euphoria for a moment, but it vanished almost immediately. The sunlight hurt my eyes, so that I closed them and lay back further on the pillow. The sight of the books caused an afterimage on the inside of my eyelids, and then in a flash I saw with perfect clarity the solution of the problem that had almost driven me to suicide. It was as if I had seen to the inner nature of the books, and understood that they were not books at all, but a part of the living universe. Each one of them was a window on otherness, on some place or time not actually present. An immense, soothing feeling of relief flowed over me that made my eyes moist. The sense of peace seemed infinite. I slipped into a light sleep, but it was so light that, in a sense, I continued to think, or rather, my subconscious mind, repressed for so long, continued to feed thoughts and insights to my conscious levels. I must explain this clearly, for it is the core of all I have done and thought. First of all, I saw with perfect clarity why the value experience does not guarantee long life or even immunity of illness. It is totally unimportant. It is like a flash of lightning, but what is important is not the lightning, but what you see by it. If lightning explodes in empty space, it illuminates nothing. If it explodes over a mountain landscape, it illuminates a great deal. In the same way, if I experience a sense of total affirmation after a good dinner or on the point of sleep, it is merely a pleasant feeling, a kind of emotional orgasm that illuminates nothing but itself. If I experience it when I am wide awake and intensely excited, I glimpse whole vistas of reality. It is this reality that is important, not the light by which I see it. What was lacking in Dick O'Sullivan, as well as in Delius and Scriabin and Ramakrishna, could be defined in one word: will. They accepted the value experience as good in itself. The most difficult thing to explain is the insight about books, because they are too familiar. Every literate person has lived with books from the age of 2. So it sounds a truism to say that books are man's most spectacular spiritual achievement. It is, nevertheless, true. Man has learned to conquer time through the written word. It explains the accelerated evolution of our civilization. After all, civilizations evolve through the agency of extraordinary men. Who can doubt that the great milestones in human history were the work of single, extraordinary individuals? The discovery of fire, of the wheel of smelting iron, of living by husbandry rather than hunting. Or the extraordinary individual might be a teacher or prophet, a Socrates, a Mohammed, a Savonarola. But before the invention of printing, the influence of such an individual was small. If, like Savonarola, he preached from a pulpit, only the people in his own city benefited much, and the few who could travel to hear him. The invention of books suddenly meant that the influence of the extraordinary individuals could be spread over the whole nation or civilization. Like radio or television, it was fundamentally a method of broadcasting. Before printing, the master had a few disciples who benefited from his teaching. Now, anyone could benefit who was capable of grasping its essence. Mute, inglorious Miltons could study under Homer and Virgil. Books represented the release of immense spiritual resources in mankind, just as oil derricks represented the release of physical resources in the world. Through books, man has conquered time. The insights of poets and saints are still alive. For 2 million years, man ascended the evolutionary ladder slowly and painfully, changing hardly more than the ape or the horse. With the invention of books, he took a gigantic step into the realm of the gods. This, I saw clearly, was the direction of man's evolution, from the animal towards the god. And the sign of that evolution is deeper knowledge, broader consciousness, a godlike grasp of distant horizons. The value experience is all very pleasant, but it is not a uniquely human experience. Every animal can experience ecstasy. That is not the point. But think of the difference between the ecstasy of a baby and the ecstasy of a great scientist or philosopher. The ecstasy of the scientist illuminates mountain ranges of knowledge acquired over a lifetime. I woke up and stared at the ceiling. It was as if I had just recovered from a dangerous illness, from a delirium in which I had thought and said meaningless things. But now, at least, I could see the answer. Of course, the value experience is important, just as light is important if we are to see. But I had been experimenting with value experiences for their own sake. Naturally, they had achieved nothing. In fact, they had probably ended by acting as an irritant on the organism. I could have laughed at my own naivete, my stupid inability to see the obvious. Dick had been an excellent worker before his accident. After the accident, he was unable to concentrate, unable to focus his mind. He had become capable of value experiences at the cost of slipping back towards the animal. It had not been an evolution, but a devolution. But what distinguishes the greatest men is precisely that ability to focus, to concentrate the attention. So my search for longevity through the value experience was a waste of time. There is one more point I must explain if the reader is to follow the really important steps in my search. It is necessary for me to explain something quite simple about the nature of human consciousness. Ever since Husserl, we have realized that consciousness is intentional, that you have to focus it or you don't see anything. Everyone is familiar with the experience of glancing at his watch while he is having a conversation and simply not taking it in. You certainly see the face of the watch and the position of the hands, but you don't see the time. In order to grasp what time is, you have to make that act of concentrating, of focusing. And this is true of all perception, and in fact of all mental acts. Our language tends to cover up this obvious fact. We say, "Something caught my attention," as if your attention were a mouse walking into a trap. But it isn't. It is much more like a fish that has to bite the hook before it can get caught. It has to go halfway. We talk about falling in love, and the phrase is deceptively simple, like as easy as falling off a log. In fact, it is extremely difficult to fall off a log. You would practically have to fling yourself off, and you have to fling yourself into love, too. You don't fall. All that is straightforward enough, and most philosophers now recognize its importance, with the exception of the English, who play at philosophy as if it were cricket. But there is something else about consciousness which is even more important than its intentionality, and no one had ever recognized this. Consider what happens if you try to read when you are drunk or just very tired. You can focus on individual phrases and sentences, but you still don't understand what you are reading, because the moment your eyes have roamed across a sentence, they forget it. They lose their grasp on it. So although you understand each sentence perfectly well, you cannot grasp what is being said. Your mind is like a pencil flashlight beam that travels over the page. But as it illuminates each new sentence, the rest of the page falls into total darkness. Now think what happens when you read the page with understanding. Your mind still travels over each word like a flashlight beam, but it also continues to grasp the meaning of the sentences that have gone past. It is as if your mind had two hands, one of which picks up new meanings as it travels over the page, the other one of which continues to grasp the old meanings of previous sentences. And one hand keeps passing the meanings back to the other so it can leave itself free to pick up more new meanings. When you are drunk, your consciousness tries to work only with one hand, so it loses the meaning as fast as it picks them up. Now, a simple way of expressing all this would be to say that consciousness is relational. When it is working properly, it keeps relating new meanings, which it picks up with the right hand, to the old meanings, which are held in a bunch in the left hand. Perhaps my meaning will be much clearer if I say that a healthy consciousness is like a spider's web, and you are the spider in the center. The center of the web is the present moment, but the meaning of your life depends on those fine threads which stretch away to other times, other places, and the vibrations that come to you along the web. You can imagine Wordsworth standing on Westminster Bridge, the threads of his mind stretching to distant corners of the universe and his own life. This recognition that consciousness is not only intentional but relational enables us to grasp the nature of all so-called mystical or poetic experiences. Normally, your consciousness is like a very small spider's web. Its threads don't stretch very far. Other times, other places, are not very real to you. You can remember them, but they aren't realities, and our lives are turbulent like living in a strong wind, so the web gets broken pretty frequently. But sometimes the wind drops, and you manage to create an enormous web, and suddenly distant times and distant places become realities as real as the present moment, sending their vibrations down into your mind. But such experiences are not really mystical or unusual. All consciousness is web-like, relational, but the web is usually smaller. The consequences of this are tremendous. It means that the visions and ecstasies of the mystics are perfectly normal, and that any human being is capable of experiencing them. It also means that the mystic's sense of affirmation and goodness is based upon a real perception, not an illusion. The pessimistic philosophers who find life meaningless are simply living in a very small web. What Sartre calls nausea is living on a web that is so tiny that it can hardly be called a web at all. Nausea is meaningless because it has no threads stretching elsewhere. But even nausea is a very small web. All consciousness is web-like in structure. Otherwise, it would not be consciousness, it would be unconsciousness. This insight connected up directly with what I had realized in the pub in Holborn. At this stage in his evolution, man is naturally developing a far larger web. So, poets, philosophers, scientists are always having these moments in which they grasp enormous meanings. These moments of meaning are also moments of tremendous affirmation, a clear recognition of what human evolution is all about. This also explains, of course, why, when the romantic's vision is over and he comes down to earth again, the meanings no longer seem to be there. Of course not. He can still see them, but they no longer seem tremendous or important. He is only seeing them, not touching them. The thread is broken. This also explains one of the oldest criticisms of mystical vision, that when the mystic can put it into words, it is perfectly commonplace, something we all know all the time. Of course it is. We know it, but it isn't real to us. All of this did not come to me in a sudden rush that afternoon on December 2nd. The core of the insight came, but the rest took longer to develop. That didn't matter. What was so important was that I now knew that my theory was correct. Dick's death proved rather than disproved it. Evolution doesn't particularly favor value experiences or ecstasies, but it does favor web-like consciousness. So if I could discover a way of increasing the relational quality of consciousness, then I had solved my problem of human longevity. I sat down and wrote Littleway a 20-page letter. It was not very coherent, but it said all the important things, said them clearly. As if to confirm my belief beyond all doubt, I began to have intense experiences of otherness over the next few days. I would suddenly recall Aubrey's place at Alexandria or my home at Hucknall with tremendous vividness, as if I had been transported by a time machine for a few seconds. Proust describes such a moment in Swann's Way when his mother gave him a petite madeleine and he dipped it in his tea. Sudden, total remembrance of another time and place. But Proust, absorbed in his misery and hypochondria, lacked the key to such moments. I was convinced that I now had the key. Littleway wrote back a few days later. He was as interested as I expected, although perhaps less excited. What he said was, "In that case, it looks as if we have to start working with a different kind of subject. Ideally, we need an Einstein or a Whitehead. I wonder if Bertrand Russell would be interested." But it seemed less simple to me. I was not thinking of how my theories could be tested in a laboratory. If I was right, then man was approaching pretty close to the conquest of time. I wanted to know exactly how he could cross the threshold into the promised land. It is worth mentioning, by the way, that all signs of my suicidal depression had vanished within 12 hours of my dream. Most of our assumptions about illness, particularly mental illness, are profoundly mistaken. If our physical batteries run low because of a long illness, they may take weeks to recharge. With the mental batteries, recharge is nearly instantaneous once the creative drives are reestablished. This was perhaps the most exciting time of my life, in spite of the remarkable experiences that I shall describe later. For I knew I was close to a breakthrough, and I suspected that it would be the most important breakthrough in the history of the human race. It also seemed to me that I now had pretty clear indications of the direction of my physical researches should pursue into the human brain. For this was where the secret lay. Consider, this brain of ours is more amazing than the largest electronic computer ever built. It is true that our largest computer today can perform 1,000,000 operations per second. It can solve in a second mathematical problems that would take a great mathematician 10 years. In spite of this, the human brain is a far more complex computer. You would need to build a computer the size of Westminster Abbey and the Houses of Parliament to rival the human brain in complexity. The largest computers at the moment have 250,000 transistors, and at the time I am writing, about 60,000 was the maximum. The brain has billions of neurons, the basic unit of the nervous system. What is more, it seems to be able to operate on several levels or in several dimensions at once, while a computer can only pursue one path at a time. This explains the human capacity for creativity. However, let me emphasize, the brain is not merely a magnificent computer. It is alive. You could not build a computer, even the size of New York, that possessed freedom of choice. For man's freedom is really a misnomer. What makes him free is the evolutionary urge which drives him upward, and which therefore provides a reason when he is confronted by choices. To build a computer responding to an evolutionary urge, which wouldn't be too difficult, it would merely need a tendency to self-complexification built into its organization to respond. That is, with all the subtlety and complexity of the human brain, you would probably need a computer the size of the moon. Now, different areas of the brain control different functions: sight, hearing, muscular movement, etc. There is even an area of the hypothalamus which controls sexual orgasms and can flood the body with pleasure. We later did some interesting experiments with it, which finally disposed of the old argument that man's highest ideal is pleasure. I found that even with the ability to stimulate overwhelming fits of pleasure in myself as often as I liked, the basic desire for knowledge remained unabated, and the pleasure finally became rather a bore. But in spite of our considerable knowledge of the brain, we still know very little in comparison to what we don't know. From the point of view of most of our everyday functions, from walking to writing poetry, a brain 1/10 our present size would suffice. So why do we possess the other 9/10? There is also the problem of the brain waves. The brain has a basic rhythm called the alpha wave, which runs on most of the time, like the engine of a car in neutral. When you start looking at something, this stops, as when you put the car into gear. In the black room, it also stops, but for a different reason. It is like turning off the ignition in your car. This is serious. There are also beta waves of a higher frequency, delta waves, which are slower, and a rare wave labeled theta. These are connected with the pleasure mechanism in that they stop during pleasure, intensify in frustration. But we know almost nothing about the actual relations of these waves to our most important mental activities. We know that delta rhythms are associated with sleep and disease, beta rhythms with tension and the activity of the will, but very little else. We know that sexual activity is associated with the hypothalamus, and that nearly all the higher human functions, self-control, imagination, and so on, are associated with the frontal lobes, which appears to be the control room of the brain. What I now wanted to know was fairly simple and yet incredibly difficult to investigate. The animal brain is relatively simple. It is a computer that is meant to deal mostly with present experience. The nearest creature to us, the chimpanzee, cannot retain an image long enough to reflect on it. Says Gray Walter in his classic on the brain. Animals have memory, of course, but it operates on a primitive, instinctive level. The human memory is on an altogether different level. For example, is there anyone who has not imagined some painful accident, trapping his fingers in a door or something, and winced involuntarily? We have this curious ability to respond strongly to purely imaginative stimuli. For example, I have mentioned that alpha rhythms cease when you start to look at things. They also cease if you imagine something vividly. Animals and small children do not possess this capacity. Like self-control, it is something developed slowly and painfully. So what happens to the human brain as it develops this capacity to use imagination? If the brain is a computer, what kind of circuit constitutes imagination? I knew that if I could answer this question, then I had almost solved my problem. If the hypothalamus can be stimulated electrically to provide pleasure, then it should also be possible to boost the brain's higher functions to intensify the imagination. Let us be clear about this problem. You may wince when you imagine trapping your fingers, but it only lasts a fraction of a second. You cannot sustain the thought for long. In the same way, you may try to recall your holiday last year and manage to conjure up a few of its sights and smells with great vividness. But again, you cannot sustain it. Imagination seems to have very limited powers. On the other hand, there is one respect in which human imagination can reproduce some of the most important effects of a physical stimulus. I mean in the area of sex. A man can imagine getting into bed with a pretty girl, and he can carry his fantasy to the point of a sexual orgasm. No animal can masturbate without the actual presence of a sexual stimulus. Monkeys masturbate a great deal in a zoo, although less so in their natural surroundings. Placed alone in a separate room, they eventually cease to masturbate. They need at least the visual stimulus of another monkey. A picture of another monkey, no matter how realistic, produces no effect. And so, paradoxically enough, the ability to masturbate is one of the highest functions man has yet developed. It is the one function in which imagination can sustain the effects of physical reality. The mental activity involved in imagination is the highest form known to man. You might suppose that his reasoning faculty is higher still. This is untrue. There have been many mathematical prodigies who could do incredibly complex calculations at a great speed. Vito Mangiamelli calculated the cube root of 3,796,416 in a minute and a half. It is 156. Most of these prodigies have been of average or below average intelligence, and many of them lost their powers in later life. Now, if my theory was correct, man has been struggling to develop a new level of imaginative power in the past 2 centuries, and he is succeeding to a remarkable degree. If we could understand the mechanism of imagination, the answer was already within our grasp. For example, suppose the answer should prove to be that imagination is associated with a power to suppress the brain's alpha rhythms. We know that these rhythms cease in intense mental activity. We might then concentrate upon methods of aiding the brain to suppress them, perhaps through the use of certain drugs or to certain stimulants, or even electrical methods. I knew this was not the answer. Alpha rhythms are the result of inattention, of the brain ticking over. They are an effect, not a cause. No, the answer, I was certain, must be associated with relational consciousness. Our normal consciousness is a thin searchlight beam, but moments of intensity, moments of crisis, break this habit and give us a glimpse of broader meaning so that the searchlight beam widens and illuminates a wider area. These are Marx's value experiences. I remembered an example that had happened to a friend of Alec Lyell's. The man had a series of minor misfortunes that made him apathetic and depressed. One day he came home and found a note saying that his wife had left him. He was plunged into despair and began to think of suicide. Automatically, he switched on the television set to watch the news and learned that a small Californian town in which he and his wife had spent part of their honeymoon had been totally destroyed by an explosion. A dynamite truck with a trailer had skidded on an icy road and jackknifed, so its 2 halves clapped together. The explosion wiped the town and its inhabitants off the face of the map. Shattered by the enormousness of the catastrophe, Lyell's friend totally forgot his own troubles. When he remembered them 10 minutes or so later, he thought, "Oh, that! How trivial." The mechanism is obvious. The crisis, even though it did not directly concern him, acted on some cerebral hormone, snapping him into a state of wakefulness. He saw things as a whole and saw that his personal problem was small enough compared to what goes on in the world every minute of the day. This is the kind of overall vision that the scientist and the poet both strive to achieve. If we could achieve control over that mental hormone that breaks habit patterns, we would be on the verge of becoming supermen. For the chief human problem is our slavery to the trivial, which we can only break by rather dubious methods: alcohol, drugs, violence, and so on. Yet our need to escape the trivial is so compulsive that we prefer to commit crimes or start wars rather than remain bored. Could I solve the problem? Even at this early stage, I had a very definite idea, a kind of premonition, that I could. Little Way had returned to America in the January of 1969, so I had to work alone for the time being. However, he allowed me to use his library. I spent several weeks in Great Glen absorbed in books on the brain. They were mostly fairly advanced textbooks, and I had to rely on the Leicester Public Library for simpler works. The more I read, the more dissatisfied I became. Brain physiology had been a science ever since Hartley suggested that consciousness depends upon brain vibrations in 1749, yet our ignorance is still enormous. The outline of my theory grew steadily clearer, but it was intensely difficult to fill in its details. I could see clearly that value experiences are merely moments in which man becomes fully conscious of what he already possesses. For example, a man threatened with death suddenly becomes aware of how deeply he wants to live. But otherwise, habit patterns can be so strong that he can commit suicide without snapping out of his narrow and limited state of self-pity. Now, the essence of my theory was this: there is no such thing as normal death. There is only suicide. A man does not die of old age. He gets fixed in old habit patterns until his capacity for otherness is destroyed, and then he allows himself to sink into death. If this was true, the consequence was obvious. If man could learn to snap out of habits at a moment's notice, to make his brain respond as if someone were pointing a gun at his head, then he would never lose touch with the springs of life deep in the subconscious, and he would live indefinitely. The body does not die. Cells reproduce themselves indefinitely. Even the brain itself responds to this will to live. It was once believed that paralysis caused by brain injuries is incurable, until someone tried encouraging paralyzed soldiers to make immense efforts to move their limbs. Again and again, it was demonstrated that the motor cortex can recover its function if the will to recovery is powerful and persistent enough. Later on, Little Way invented the simple and convenient term newness to describe a fully awake mind. Newness is what you experience on the first morning of a holiday or enjoying poetry or music. The human brain, like a battery, has a capacity for output or input. When it is thinking, remembering, dreaming, that is output. When it is passive, wide open, receiving impressions as an open flower receives sunlight, that is input. Sometimes the input channels get completely blocked. By fatigue, neurosis, triviality, and newness cannot get in. Newness is the principle of life. Deprived of it, man becomes subject to illness, physical and mental, and then dies. And this, I believed, is why all men die. Solve the problem of keeping the input channels open to newness, and you have solved the problem of immortality. This was the basic idea that drove our researches. But if I attempted to go into detail about our researches over the next 2 years, this memoir would run to 1,000 pages. I must try to summarize our approach to the problem. To begin with, I should mention that Littleway arranged for me to work with him at the University of Wisconsin from September 1969 until the following May. Dr. Stafford, in charge of physical sciences, was fascinated by Littleway's account of our experiments and offered me a visiting lectureship, which involved only 2 hours lecturing a week. Stafford himself has been responsible for some classic experiments concerned with the prefrontal lobes of monkeys. From the beginning, I felt that the answer lay in the prefrontal lobes of the brain. These are the parts of the brain situated immediately behind the eyes, the forepart of the frontal lobes. No one quite knew in those days what the prefrontal lobes were for, and experimental evidence seemed contradictory. It is known that the frontal lobes are concerned in man's higher faculties, sympathy, tact, self-discipline, and reflection, as well as in motor responses. It was assumed that the prefrontal cortex was probably some kind of extra storage area. Injury to this area seems to cause no damage to the nervous system. There is a famous case in which a crowbar shot through a man's skull, destroying the cortex. He lived for 12 years longer in a perfectly normal manner, except that his behavior was in many respects coarsened. A stockbroker suffering prefrontal damage became boastful and tactless and ceased to care for his family. On the other hand, damage to the prefrontal area has a far greater effect on children, involving general loss of intelligence. This would seem to indicate that the prefrontal lobes play some important part in child development. Children experience more poetic states than adults, the glory and the freshness of a dream. So it can be seen why I suspected that my search for the mechanism of the value experience should be concentrated in the prefrontal cortex. Dr. Stafford had performed some experiments with rats and monkeys to test what happened when the prefrontals are damaged or removed. He discovered that, on the whole, intelligence is unimpaired, but memory is to some extent affected. Monkeys with prefrontal damage were shown food being placed under one of 2 pots. Then a screen was lowered for a few seconds so the pots were hidden. When the screen was raised again, the monkey often raised the wrong pot. I was aware of the danger of jumping to conclusions, but the more I thought about it, the more I was convinced that the prefrontal cortex is, so to speak, the center of poetry and intelligence. After all, what is it that distinguishes the poet from the ordinary man? At a very early stage, it is obviously not talent. The talent develops as a result of a certain search, the search for value experiences, the childhood moments of universal newness and happiness. Most people forget them. Poets cling to them and spend their lives searching for them. It is a question of a certain kind of memory, what we might call feeling memory. More mechanical forms of memory are taken over by the frontal lobes. Monkeys with prefrontal injuries can be trained to remember which pot the food is under, i.e., they can learn by habit. Readers may also remember the obsolete operation called prefrontal leucotomy, in which a scalpel was inserted behind the eyeball to sever the prefrontal area from the rest of the brain. In violent or intensely neurotic patients, this often had a calming effect. Obviously, they stopped feeling, and since their feelings had been mostly unpleasant, this was often a good thing. Unfortunately, they were also made coarser and duller by the operation, so it was eventually abandoned. Our first 6 months at Wisconsin were occupied with experiments on monkeys to try to determine whether, in fact, the prefrontal region has any function apart from storing dusty memories. We experimented with baby monkeys, adult monkeys, senile monkeys. We connected electrodes to the medial hypothalamus to provoke pleasure reactions and tested the sensitivity to such stimulation of monkeys to whom we had administered psychedelic drugs. The results were disappointing, although later experiments with albino rats were less so. After 6 months, we changed the direction of the experiments. I was anxious to try the effects of hypnotism, and this meant that we had to find human subjects. Hypnosis has always fascinated the student of the brain because it seems to indicate that our waking faculties are limited by the brain mechanisms. A subject under hypnosis can do things that would be impossible in his waking state. What hidden powers are tapped by the hypnotist, and how? Obviously, I suspected that the answer again lay in the prefrontal cortex. But first of all, we did a whole series of experiments to establish the general background. A psychiatrist friend skilled in hypnosis taught us the techniques. We quickly established that hypnosis makes no physical difference to the brain. If the subject's eyes were closed and he was told that they were open, he behaved exactly as though they were open, avoiding obstacles with the uncanny skill of a sleepwalker. Yet the alpha rhythms, the sign that he could not see anything, persisted. And when the subject's eyes were open and he was told that they were closed, he behaved exactly as if they were closed, but the alpha rhythms ceased. When told he's asleep, the subject fails to register the typical sleep rhythms. Since these experiments are described at length in our joint book on the subject, I shall not go into further detail here, except to say that most of our conclusions have subsequently been accepted by psychologists. Human anxiety, characterized by beta waves, prevents us from utilizing our full capacities. We cannot relax. The hypnotist soothes the waking self, the personality, out of existence and reaches straight through to the robot, our deeper mechanical levels, to which the confused, intense personality often gave contradictory orders. What is involved here is the human tendency to place trust in a leader, even to submit their will completely to him, like the Germans under Hitler. The leader, the hypnotist, can often evoke a response of self-sacrifice and endurance that the subject would be quite unable to evoke in himself for his own purposes. These experiments led us much farther afield than we expected, for example, into the area of the pathological criminal. It was interesting to discover that crime often seems to be the revolt of the robot, which, in spite of its name, is very much alive, against an inadequate personality. Criminal psychopaths are characterized by strong theta rhythms, which are produced by anger and frustration. In normal people, theta rhythms last for only about 10 seconds after some frustration. Then, a higher level of the personality suppresses them. In some psychopaths, they persist all the time. We discovered that these rhythms could often be affected by hypnosis. Under the orders of his leader, the psychopath could achieve a degree of self-control impossible under normal circumstances, and that this could often be carried over into his everyday life. Predictably, prefrontal damage tended to increase theta rhythms. I mention these results here because they were not included in our book, which only summarizes the first year's work before the great discoveries began. We were getting closer. I was continually aware of this. Whenever I studied the prefrontal cortex, I had a strong sensation of being in touch with the secret source of relational consciousness, of man's greatest powers. And yet I had found no practical method for releasing these powers. Hypnosis could often produce profound value experiences after some probing into the past life of the subject. But they were exactly like Dick O'Sullivan's VEs. I was aware that what I was seeking was something closer to the sheer power of the sexual orgasm. On February 2nd, 1971, Little Way remarked, "The breakthrough will probably come by accident, The following day, his prediction was fulfilled. Our experiments had been concentrated for some time on the brain waves, particularly on those of the highest frequency, the gamma rhythms. This was almost routine work, since we were both convinced that these waves played no important part in the higher processes of the brain. Man achieves value experiences without the help of brain waves. They are a byproduct, just as the sound of a car's engine is a byproduct. It is known that the flicker of an electric light can interfere with the brain's normal rhythms, often to the point of causing the subject to lose consciousness. This technique has been used for the control of epileptic fits. We became interested in the question of interfering with the brain rhythms to see what results could be produced. In 1971, there was still an enormous amount of work to be done in this area. We experimented with mild currents of varying frequencies fed into the brain directly by means of electrodes. These electrodes had to be extremely fine, of course, sometimes as little as a 50th of a millimeter in diameter. To begin with, we used insulated steel until Littlewood heard about the properties of Neumann's alloy, the metal discovered in 1931 by the Austrian brain physiologist Alois Neumann. It is an alloy of iron, copper, zinc, platinum, and gallium, with a minute quantity of graphite. Neumann was interested in it mainly because of its delayed action effect. With currents of less than a microvolts, it fails to conduct, but holds the current for a fraction of a second, then suddenly releases it as a flash at higher voltage. Discovered accidentally by a chemist in the Krupp Armament Works in 1919, it has excited very little interest because it is of no particular use in science or industry. Neumann had started to use electrodes tipped with this metal in his investigation of the K complex, the flashes of brain energy that occur when you are on the point of sleep and which often jerk you awake. His researches were cut short by his death, and his son Gustav subsequently presented his papers to the University of Wisconsin. I discovered them accidentally, and we decided to try to obtain a quantity of Neumann metal. It was a long process, but we eventually succeeded. It proved to be thoroughly worthwhile, for we soon discovered that the metal had variable properties as far as retaining went, and could be used to interfere not only with delta rhythms, but with theta and gamma waves as well. Its chief trouble is that it is a great deal softer than steel, so that it cannot be brought to so fine a point. However, this did not bother us. We stuck to steel electrodes for investigating motor areas and used the Neumann alloy mainly for experiments with the frontal and prefrontal cortex. The results were extremely encouraging. The delayed flash evidently stimulated some memory trigger process, so that subjects could recall events of childhood without the need for hypnosis. To begin with, we used an old alcoholic patient who had figured largely in our hypnotic experiments and whom we partly cured. The process of insertion of the electrodes was simple. A local anesthetic, then 2 fine holes drilled into the frontal bone of the skull. The subject sat upright, his head held in a well-padded frame to prevent brain damage in the case of sudden movement. A week after the commencement of our experiments, Littlewood noticed that the cerebrospinal fluid seemed to have some slight effect on the Neumann alloy. It had darkened slightly in color. Careful tests showed that it was lighter, a mere fraction of a milligram. This seemed unlikely to do any damage, and as the experiments had reached a crucial stage, we pressed on. After the experiment, the electrodes were again weighed. This time, one of them was almost a milligram lighter. Examined under a microscope, we discovered that a very tiny piece had snapped off the point. Experiments were suspended, and the subject kept under observation for several days. There was no real cause for alarm. Obviously, if a man can survive after a crowbar has amputated most of his prefrontal lobes, the damage to be anticipated from 1,000th of a gram of soft metal is very small indeed. When, after several days, there were no ill effects, we decided to go ahead once again. The patient was also eager for us to start. He was being well paid, and the effects of our electrical therapy seemed to be entirely beneficial. He already looked several years younger and seemed to have gained in intelligence. We applied the current, and the result startled us. We were both watching his face carefully in case of ill effects. He was an oldish man. I mention his name here because of his place in the history of science, Zachariah Longstreet, formerly of Grand Rapids, Illinois. When we had first met him, he was 59 and had just served 3 years in the penitentiary for incest. He was a confirmed alcoholic. He was still living with his wife, and at her request had gone to Harvey Grossman, our psychiatrist friend, for treatment. Hypnosis had proved beneficial, and the attention and interest he received from the three of us seemed to improve him in every way. His eyes lost the dull, rather resentful expression, and his theta wave pattern improved. However, left to himself for more than a month or so, he tended to relapse into alcoholism and then into sexual exhibitionism. He was 61 when we conducted the test using the Newman electrodes and in good general health. When the current was turned on, his face became thoughtful, as if he was trying to remember a name that had slipped his memory. We watched carefully, expecting him to say something, but the lines of his face remained composed, his eyes staring past us, still concentrated. In previous experiments, he had become drowsy, almost as if hypnotized. The expression of concentration deepened. Suddenly, he said clearly, "All right, turn it down, it's too strong." Littleway did as he said automatically, adjusting the rheostat with a glance of surprise at me. He said, "How does it feel?" "Interesting. Extremely interesting." Again, we looked at one another. It was simply not the kind of phrase Longstreet would normally use. He would say, "Pretty good," or sometimes incomprehensible slang phrases like, "You're tootin'." Littleway asked, "In what way?" Longstreet grinned at us and said, "I've found your bit of alloy." The tape recording of this session shows that neither of us bothered to ask him what he meant immediately. We were too fascinated by the obvious change that was taking place in him. I wish we had thought to film it as well as record it. From the expression on his face, neither of us had the slightest doubt that something important was taking place. I was the first to grasp what this was. We had induced value experiences so often that I was used to the signs: relaxation, the glow of ecstasy, self-abandonment, sometimes violent tears or convulsions of emotion. In this case, it was nothing of the sort. The face seemed to become firmer, the eyes, very pale blue, and normally slightly bloodshot, stared past us with the intensity of a man observing something that grips his interest. He reminded me of something or someone. Then I remembered who it was. A certain picture of Sherlock Holmes in one of the early illustrated editions, sitting with his head against a cushion, playing a violin. The eyes that had aquiline, penetrating quality that Watson is always describing. Suddenly, I knew what had happened. I said, "My God, Henry, we've done it." "Done what?" "Induced a real value experience, contemplative objectivity, otherness." Then he saw it too. We both stared. It was almost frightening, although for me it was perhaps less exhilarating than the afternoon of my dream in Essex. I asked Longstreet, "Can you describe what's happening?" "No." What did you mean about finding our piece of alloy?" He made a slight movement of his heavily gloved hands towards his face. "It's in here. It's lodged in this front part. What do you call it? The lobe?" "What is it doing?" This was Littleway. "Can't describe it. I'm opening up." "In what way?" Longstreet only smiled. It was a pitying smile, but not patronizing. He was simply condoling with us for not knowing what he meant. His breathing became extremely calm and regular, then ceased to be noticeable, although he was obviously fully conscious. He ignored our questions. Only after Littleway had repeated several times, "What can you see?" he said briefly, "Same as you." He gestured to us to push the rheostat closer to him. It was on a trolley. Littleway looked dubious, but I moved the trolley. Longstreet only wanted to turn down the current. He sat with it turned down for more than a quarter of an hour, so low that the rate of firings must have been less than 1 every 2 seconds. Then he tried to turn it up again, jerked suddenly as if the effect was too violent, and turned it right down to 0. He said, "Get these things out of my head." We did as he asked, sealed the holes in his skull with adhesive tape, and moved him to an armchair. His expression had relaxed. It now became very sad. We allowed him to rest for 10 minutes without questioning him. Then he said, "It's a funny thing. It didn't matter all the time." We could get nothing coherent out of him after that. He became sleepy, his face grew duller, and he made no objection when we suggested moving him back to bed. Before the nurse came with the stretcher, he was fast asleep, snoring gently. Littleway said, "But what the hell caused it?" I said, "I'm going to make one wild guess. That tiny piece of alloy somehow worked its way into the prefrontal cortex. But what would that do? Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe closed a synaptic gap." "That's impossible. They're only a few angstrom units wide. This metal would be 100 times too big. Anyway, it wouldn't make any difference. Nerve impulses are pretty constant. If they're strong enough to cross a synapse, they don't lose strength anyway." At this point, we realized we were taping ourselves, and Littleway switched it off. When I listen to the tape, I am amazed by how quickly we grasped what had happened. Perhaps Longstreet's mention of finding our metal gave us the clue. What, then, had happened? Littleway was mistaken, as we discovered later, when Longstreet's head X-rays were blown up to 50 times their size. The piece of metal that had worked its way into the outer layer of the cortex was a minute fragment of the piece that had broken off the electrode, as tiny as that had been. It had lodged in the dendrites of a synapse, or very close to them, and its effect was to delay the nervous stimulus and then discharge it. In other words, it acted as an amplifier. Then everything became clear. Poets develop by wanting to develop the ability for otherness. The prefrontal lobes contain vast reservoirs of memory and meaning of a kind that is quite unnecessary for our daily survival. In fact, a nuisance because it would distract us from the boring necessities of everyday living. But it is extremely hard for poets to divert brain energy from more practical areas of the brain to these great memory tanks. Our animal caution refuses to allow it. So these strange moments of pure vision, of broad relational consciousness, only occur when there happens to be a lot of brain energy to spare. For example, when a crisis has led us to tense ourselves, to draw upon our reserve energy tanks, and then the crisis disappears. The minute fragment of metal had amplified some nerve impulse so as to produce a continual effect like the disappearance of crisis. The reason Longstreet could not describe his mental condition was that he had no way of describing it. And when he told us that he was seeing the same as you, He was being strictly accurate. Only he was really seeing it, like a wide-angle camera, instead of the tiny lens through which most of us contemplate the world. He was getting a bird's-eye view of his life, a God's-eye view. We had accidentally solved the problem I set out to solve, how to boost the new faculty that has begun to appear in man. Admittedly, we had no evidence that we could repeat the experiment. I suppose we also had no real evidence of what had happened to Longstreet, that it was not an ordinary VE, but neither of us had the least doubt, having seen Longstreet's face. It seemed pretty clear that the most difficult part of the experiment would be the placing of a minute fragment of Newman alloy at the right nerve junction in the cortex. We consulted a brain surgeon about this, and he confirmed that it would be difficult without damage to brain tissue, but again the solution proved unexpectedly simple. Longstreet was eager for us to continue to experiment on him. We were altogether less eager because it seemed likely that we would learn as little as on the first occasion, but we were both curious about one point, whether he would be able to learn the ability to induce relational consciousness without the need for electrical stimulation. After the first occasion, he was totally unable to recall his state of intensity. He was not even able to remember what it had been like. He seemed inclined to believe that we had caused the intensity with the electric current. When I tried to explain what had really happened, he didn't seem interested. He only wanted to know how soon we would do it again. We were not entirely happy about it. The skin punctures on his scalp were chafing. We wanted to allow them to heal up. But he was so persistent that we performed the same experiment 48 hours after the first one. The results were much the same, although this time he was more talkative. One of the things he said was, "It's better than being drunk." Another was, "What's wrong with most people anyway?" Littleway commented that he had rediscovered the doctrine of original sin for himself. After the second occasion, we decided to allow the skin punctures to heal before we tried it again. In the meantime, we consulted brain surgeons and looked around for another subject. 10 days later, we had Longstreet's skull x-rayed again. The piece of Newman alloy had moved, working its way close to the outer surface of the lobe. We hurried Longstreet to the laboratory and connected up the electrodes. The movement of the metal seemed to make no difference. The effect was the same as before. It seemed to make no difference where the alloy was located in the cortex. The flow of current immediately produced the same intensity of concentration. And, oddly enough, Longstreet was aware that the piece of alloy had moved. We pressed him to explain himself. He was not very clear, but we gathered that he was aware of the metal as a source of intensity. This was the most exciting thing that had happened since the Great Discovery, and the most important. It obviously meant that it didn't matter where the alloy lodged in the cortex. The effect was the same. 3 days later, the X-ray plates seemed to indicate that the metal had vanished. We assumed that it had dissolved in cerebrospinal fluid. Nevertheless, we decided to test Longstreet again. The result puzzled us, for it was exactly the same as before. Either the metal had set up some kind of habit pattern in the cortex that was stimulated by the current, or there were tiny quantities still in the cortex, too minute to show on X-ray plates, but powerful enough to cause the typical reaction. In due course, we discovered the latter was the case. By this time, we had another subject for experiment, a girl of 23 who had been suffering from suicidal depression. Harvey Grossman had suggested that we try her when we described our results with Longstreet. She was exactly what we had been looking for, a college graduate who had published poetry in small magazines, intelligent and articulate. Her name was Honor Weiss. Her case history is unimportant, except to say that the attempts at suicide occurred after an abortion. We took care not to say too much to her about our aims. She seemed to accept that we intended to try some new form of shock treatment. Her state of vitality seemed so low that I suspected she hoped to die in the experiment. The same technique was used as before, a mild anesthetic. She was afraid of pain, so we decided against Novocaine. A hole 1/8 of an inch wide in the flesh made by a hot platinum wire scalpel, then an 1/8 inch hole drilled in the skull. This part of the operation was performed by Dr. Arnold Soddy. Although Littleway had a medical degree, his hands lacked the necessary steadiness. Cerebrospinal fluid was drained off to reveal the brain's surface. The fragment of Newman metal was propelled onto the brain's surface by repulsion. A minute current was allowed to flow through the platinum wire on which it rested, and the discharge kicked the fragment off the wire onto the brain's surface. 2 hours later, it had been absorbed. The cerebrospinal fluid was pumped back in, and the hole sealed. The next morning, X-rays revealed that the metal had penetrated to a depth of 1/2 inch. Oddly enough, it was in almost exactly the same spot as the fragment in Longstreet's brain. That afternoon, a second hole was drilled. 2 hours later, when she had completely recovered from the anesthetic, we applied the electrodes and cautiously turned on the current. I expected the result. Nevertheless, it produced a tremendous wave of emotion. Honor Weiss was not a pretty girl. Her face was small and pointed. It made me think of a mouse. The skin was gray. With the first touch on the rheostat, color came into her cheeks. Within half a minute, she'd become an attractive and vital girl. I possess the film records of this, and they are startling. The transformation is complete, as if another girl had been substituted. Honor Weiss showed more tendency to emotion than Longstreet had. Her eyes filled with tears, but after a few seconds, she seemed to master it. Gradually, her face took on the same expression of complete calm and concentration that we knew so well. The first thing she said was, "Thank you." The next was, "Why don't you try this on yourselves?" "We intend to," I said. "Good, you deserve it." We asked her the routine questions. She answered politely, but we could tell she was bored. She asked, "What is it?" And when we asked what, said, "The thing in here. You've put something in here. I can feel it." We had not told her about the Newman metal. Littleway asked, "How would you describe what is taking place?" Subject: "I'm more alive than I've ever been before." Littleway: "Has it improved your memory? Can you recall your childhood, for example?" Subject: "If I want to. I don't really want to. I've got other things I'd rather do." Myself: "What do you think about your suicide attempt of last month?" Subject: "I was asleep." Myself: "In what sense?" Subject, with a touch of impatience: "Like a sleepwalker, like one of those swimmers in an underwater ballet." At this point, she asked us several questions about the operation that we answered truthfully. Then she said, "Do you think we could skip questions for the next 10 minutes or so? I've got a lot of thinking I'd like to do." Littleway: "Would you mind if I ask about what?" Subject: "My own life. I've never been able to think much. I've always been too emotional. This is like being free on a holiday where you can walk where you like with no one to stop you. I want a chance to walk around." She added, without prompting, a moment later, "It's like having 10 minutes to tidy up a mess you've made in a lifetime." We asked her if she would answer more questions when she had finished thinking. She agreed. We showed her how to work the rheostat in case of discomfort and retired a few feet away, where we talked in low voices. She became oblivious of us, as if she were completely alone. The 10 minutes went by, then 20, then half an hour. 37.5 minutes later, she looked at us and said, "I'm sorry. I'm being selfish." We assured her it didn't matter. I asked how she felt. She said, "Drowsy, I'm afraid." "You find that thinking absorbs a lot of mental energy?" "Not really. It shouldn't. It should be a self-charging process, but I'm not used to it." Little way. "When would you like to stop?" Subject. "In about 5 minutes, if you don't mind." Little way. "I realize that it's very difficult for you to describe your present state of mind, but would you mind trying?" Subject. "I don't mind, but it's not really a question of describing my state of mind. That doesn't really matter much. What's important is what I'm aware of." Myself. "What are you aware of?" Subject. "Something I always knew and wanted to believe. I suppose the easiest way to express it is to say the poets were always right. I've always loved music and poetry and painting, yet I never really understood what they were trying to say to me. They're trying to say, in the last analysis, the big remains true, not the small." There is a pause here for nearly a minute. "I suppose it's terribly simple, really. Everybody, at least all people like me, really want to know whether it's all worthwhile, whether poetry and music really do any good, or they're just the sugar coating on the pill. But we're always so involved in trivialities that we never really get a chance to judge. The trivialities block our vision. Great poets are like optimists who say, better times are coming, but we don't really believe them, so the trivialities get us down, and we want to die." Myself, interrupting. "How would you feel about death if you could always see beyond the trivialities?" Subject. Pause. "I don't know. I suppose death's inevitable, but there wouldn't be any suicide because, well, it would be obvious. You'd realize what the suicide's throwing away, but we lack courage, so we die." Her face twisted briefly with pain, and she said, "This is beginning to hurt." We turned off the rheostat, removed the electrodes, and helped her to the armchair. She was asleep almost as soon as she sat down. I noticed that her cheeks kept their color. Obviously, my main concern now was how soon I could try the operation. But Littleway was not entirely happy about the idea. To begin with, Longstreet underwent a complete change of attitude. He had been a complete nuisance, nagging us to use him in further experiments. Now he became apathetic. When I asked him about this one day, he said, "I guess I'd be better off as I was before. After all, I didn't do anything very bad, did I?" Littleway asked, "What about your daughter?" "That wasn't so bad, was it? Anyway, she enjoyed it. She only said she did when people found out." Littleway took this as a sign of a relapse. Before the operations, he had expressed contrition about his incest, and said he thought he had been insane when he committed it. Now he gave the impression he would do it again if he got the opportunity. His youngest daughter was a girl of 23 with an extremely low IQ. I was less alarmed. It seemed to me that perhaps Longstreet had never really been sorry, and that now he was simply being honest. Besides, I felt that Longstreet's relapse was perhaps just mental exhaustion. His brain had been stretched like a spring. It was now easing back into its old position. The other thing that bothered Littleway was that Honor Weiss showed more and more sign of strain as the number of tests increased. The spasms would occur within seconds of the beginning of the experiment. By this time, the fragment of Newman metal had worked its way out of her brain, as with Longstreet. Littleway and I argued about it one evening over dinner. He said that the operation could be dangerous. He reminded me about Dick O'Sullivan and his brain tumor, and asked me to account for Honor Weiss's headaches. I admitted I could not, but said there was only one way to find out: for one of us to try the operation. He argued that we needed more tests. I said that we already had all the material we needed. We now needed to know the why, not the how. Finally, he agreed. On February 27th, 1971, Littleway and Soddy performed the operation on me, after shaving the front part of my skull and freezing it with Novocaine. I remained fully conscious throughout, although I began to see double when the fluid was drained off. I felt nothing. I sat still in the chair for 2 hours following the operation, feeling curiously weak and lethargic. Then the fluid was replaced and the hole sealed. The X-rays showed that the fragment had penetrated half an inch or so, this time towards the front of the right-hand lobe. The way in which the fragment penetrates the brain is still unknown, although, of course, the brain is extremely soft. It seems certain that the brain somehow absorbs it. Much larger fragments remain on the surface of a dead brain, but it is not known how it does this. 4 hours after the operation, a second hole was bored and the electrodes inserted. Littleway turned the rheostat gently. The first thing I observed was the actual sensation of the current entering my brain. It was not unpleasant, a bubbling sensation that reminded me of the water bubbling into an aquarium. A moment later, I became clearly aware of a greatly increased sensitivity, which affected the whole of my brain. I was also aware of the location of the fragment of Newman alloy, just as you are aware of food in your stomach after swallowing it, or waste matter in the bowels. There was nothing very startling about the sensation of increased ability to think. It was very much like the sensation of remembering something important. There was a feeling of lightness and relief, of the kind that occurs when you have a bad cold and a stuffy nose, and then a deep breath causes the nasal passages to clear. I had already done so much work on the phenomenology of the value experience that nothing that now happened to me seemed strange or inexplicable. Littleway said that no remarkable change seemed to take place in me, so that for a few minutes he doubted whether the experiment had worked. I was aware that the powers I felt rising in me were my own, but I could also see why Longstreet believed that his experience of intensity was entirely due to the current. For someone without the habit of introspection, this mental opening must have seemed startling. It had the air of a spectacle. It reminded me of the opening of Christmas pantomimes when I was a child, the curtains sweeping back to reveal the whole cast on stage with highly colored scenery and costumes. Oddly enough, the insights that now arose in me did not seem to be localized in the prefrontal cortex. They involved more or less every part of the brain, particularly the hypothalamus. After the first 30 seconds, the feeling of lassitude had completely disappeared, and a feeling of increased strength and concentration had begun to build up. At the same time, I was aware of an ability to project this concentration in realms of thought. It was like nothing so much as the clearing of a blanket of fog. Littleway asked, "What are you experiencing?" "Ordinary consciousness." He looked surprised and disappointed. "You mean there's no change?" "Oh yes, there's a change. I didn't say it was everyday consciousness. I said ordinary consciousness. It's everyday consciousness that's subnormal. This is normal."